Hello, 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 chat. Hello. Hi. Hello. What is up? I'm here, baby. Sorry I'm a little late. I was trying to upload a mogul mail, and I wanted to watch it before I uploaded it because I felt like I was rambling a bit. But I feel like I still got good thoughts out there coherently, so then I ripped it. But I needed to watch it. You know me, man. I'm just doing my job out here. I'm just doing my job. Chat, what is up? Wait, the state of play is right now? Should I watch that first? Should I watch the state of play and then go to fucking... we can do both. It doesn't fucking affect anything. I mean, I guess when we start. State of play is like 40 minutes, right? Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Bro, that's free. Come on. Fuck it. Why not? Why not? Why not? We'll let people trickle on in. Look at perfect timing, dude. Perfect timing. I already changed the title. 5 steps ahead of you, baby. 5 steps ahead. Miles, thank you for the membership. Appreciate you being a lud bud. Sujin, thanks for joining the PC. Leonardo DiCaprio. I hope they announce a new Jack and Daxter. We're doing FNAF. Dude, check the title, chat. PlayStation State of Play, then FNAF. Oh, dude, would they announce Elden Ring DLC in here? No, right? Wait, actually, was Elden Ring PlayStation exclusive? I guess I don't even know the answer to that. It wasn't, right? Sorry, I mean, was it on
I'm
Xbox?
Herman Hulst, head of PlayStation Studios.
Hello.
I'm honored to present the first State of Play of 2024.
Cool.
The first 3 years of PS5 have given us incredible stories, immersive worlds, and groundbreaking gameplay from PlayStation Studios and their partners. We've also expanded PlayStation Plus with new features including PS5 game streaming. And with PSVR 2 and PlayStation Portal, which released last November, we're committed to offering new and surprising ways for our audience to interact with their PS5. But none of this means anything without great games, like Helldivers 2, which kicks off a year of amazing experiences and diverse ways to play. Today, we're looking ahead to titles coming later this year and beyond,
okay.
with
Shout out
extended
Helldivers.
gameplay and announcements we hope you find as exciting as we do here at PlayStation. Enjoy the show.
Okay. Thank you. Gifted sub ended today. Had to renew. Appreciate you, Jessica. Thanks, Zenla and Socks. Dude, I was watching NBA highlights yesterday, and there was a clip of LeBron that was like clearly downloaded 15 times and then re-uploaded, and I thought it was NBA 2K.
Welcome to the world of Stellar.
That's how good video games have gotten.
The story begins on post-apocalyptic Earth, where a mysterious enemy called the Natiba has forced the human race to flee to an off-world colony.
Sticking
Players will
out
take
your
control
gat
of Eve,
for
a
the
member of the 7th
Rizzler.
Airborne Squad. Her mission is to save the planet by defeating the Elder Natiba.
Thank you to 10 Corona.
All we must do is complete the mission. While most of the 7th Airborne Squad is lost during their descent from the colony, Eve soon meets 2 new companions. Adam, born on Earth, is in pursuit of an energy source.
They're all so pretty.
Make sure to stay cautious. It's where the Alpha Natiba is.
Give me a group of ugly fuckers fighting space creatures, right? How many games are there fucking beautiful, gorgeous people fighting space creatures? Give me some fucking ugly-ass motherfuckers, please.
A second. Then I can be your engineering support.
She puts her technical knowledge to use by upgrading Eve's equipment throughout the game.
Here. Done.
Yeah, Gears of War, but like without all the armor.
Different.
I thought that's what your stream was for. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is Zion, a city built underneath the wasteland by the last human survivors on Earth.
A whole city underneath the wasteland.
Eve is called
Made by the last survivors on
and
Earth.
is an object of both awe and fear.
I'm not selling anything to
Silk's on comment. Thank you for the $10. Chad, do we think Silk Song's coming? I doubt
as
it.
Eve shows a commitment to rebuild.
I don't think it'd be announced at State of Play.
Angel. How are you?
I see we have guests.
I can't believe the angel is here.
Give me an
The
Elden Ring
survivors will
update.
sometimes ask Eve.
Give me a Baldur's Gate DLC, huh?
Please
They wouldn't do
save
that
my
here. I
younger
feel like.
sister.
Wait right here.
Wait, right here.
Their requests will often lead her to the wasteland and the Great Desert.
2 scoops. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it.
This place has been overrun by Natibas.
What is State of Play? I'm just going to mute this because this is just a fucking ad, so I don't think we need to listen to it. State of Play, I think, is a spoof off the State of the Union. Or maybe that's just a general thing, but what I know it from is State of the Union, which is a long-tenured presidential address to the Union on the state of how the Union's going. But this one is the State of Play, a.k.a. video game. How is the state of video gaming working? Which is basically just adverts from Sony for PlayStation games. But we watch it because sometimes they release cool shit. So it's not too much different than like Nintendo's, what do they call them? Nintendo is a fucking, what's Nintendo's called? Goddamn Directs. There's the Nintendo Directs, there's PlayStation State of Play, and then who knows what the fuck Xbox is doing? I don't, and I'm not going to pretend I do. But that is pretty much it. Anyway, I can unmute this. This is a long-ass one. Xbox Showcase. That's it. FNAF is coming right after this, chat. Probably in like 45 minutes.
Something worse.
Less now. Dude, how are we still on this game?
What are you going to do after you defeat the Alpha Natiba?
All airborne squad members exist for one sole purpose.
You mean the extinction of all Natibas, right? To think that the point of your existence is to snuff out another species.
Why does he sound like my Discord kitten?
It is not an easy fight.
It's fine. I can do this alone.
It won't be easy.
Angel. That's the unofficial name for members of the Eve Airborne Squad.
He's using the Discord 2 a.m. Riz voice. Do you need me to carry you in Vala?
I did. And I will make it pay.
How are you gonna kill the robots without me?
No more lies to blind my eyes. Choose what you to collapse. And now take a piece of
The drone is different.
This is no longer the drone you knew. So close to the goal, headed to light that I will hold. Now it's time together.
Kind of a banger song though, I'm not gonna lie.
Show me how stars
I want to hate on it so bad, but it's kind of a banger.
shine. Wherever you go, then I'll be your side, so that we can see the light. I'll keep through all.
Dude, that was the equivalent of going to a movie theater and seeing a trailer for a movie that spoils everything that happens. I feel like I know everything about this game. Reclaim Earth for humankind. Okay. Any plans for World's Greatest Gamer 2?
틱톱의 대표이자
Tweet at YouTube till they fucking sign up for it. I'm down.
우리가 수년간 유저 여러분들께 선보이기 위해 꿈꿔왔던 게임이며 플레이스테이션 5 그리고 플레이스테이션 스튜디오의 전폭적인 지원 덕분에 그 꿈을 현실화할 수 있게 되었습니다. 기나긴 여정이었고 빨리 팬분들이 4월 26일 스텔라 블레이드를 만나보시기를 기대합니다.
Thank you. Sonic! I never liked Sonic games growing up, except for Battle Adventure 2. Oh, actually, I loved Shadow the Hedgehog. I keepoed. What is this? Is this a multiverse Sonic game? Thank you, for the 20 months. Sonic X Shadow Generations. You know what? Hey, cool graphic. Hoyoverse, it's Honkai Star Rail. I think. Fairy. Dude, I thought you guys were typing ZZZ because you were falling asleep from the commercial. I now realize it's a game called Zenless Zone Zero. ZZZZ. I sleep. PlayStation. Fight foam with foam? What are we doing here? It does seem Splatoon coded. Thank you, Dilly Licks, Aiden, Ritz, joining the PC. Dave the Diver! Wait, I actually need to play this game, because Lily won't shut the fuck up about it. They got Godzilla and Dave the Diver? What? They just got God fucking Zilla in that bitch? I don't know enough about this game. Godzilla? What? Seems like a big task. I don't know what I'm looking at here. V Rising. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I say as if I know what I'm talking about. Temple Run 3. Yo, Temple Run goes crazy nowadays. Elden Ring's been trending on Twitter again, so I've been watching a bunch of Elden Ring clips. And you know what? Dude, that's a fucking good game. That's a fucking good game, man. Owen, thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. But I think it's such a good game that I look at some other games and I go, eh.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
It's like a problematically
this
good game.
This game is a result of a very close partnership with Konami and marks the return of a horror franchise that has been with us since the original PlayStation. Let's take a look at what's
Thanks,
next
Soot,
for Silent Hill.
for being a love bud. I'm edging to you right now. All right, that's a timeout. I got to give you 10 minutes. That's horny jail. That's horny jail. 15 minutes. 5 minutes to bust, 10 minutes to think about it. Konami Digital.
Maybe I can be like her.
Is this game scary? Squall, thanks for being a love bud. Or Paris Horse Club.
Is this a dream? Who's there? What's with this place? Cherry blossoms bloom
I don't.
within the grasp of death. What are you hiding inside? Maya? What the fuck?
That would so be my reaction. What the fuck?
What did I do to deserve this?
I've never really played like a good scary game. Not like one that I like one that's like considered, I guess, objectively good.
こんにちは。
I never
サイ
played
レント
Silent
ヒルシリ
Hill.
ーズのプロデューサーを務める岡本元井です。ご覧いただいたのはサイレントヒルザ・ショートメッセージという全く新しいサイレントヒルとなります。本作は本日この後プレイステーション5で無料配信いたします。
I'm trying not to read the
コナ
subtitles,
ミ
but
が
I don't
送る
understand a
現代
fucking
を舞
word.
台にしたサイコロジカルホラーをぜひ体験してください。それでは最後に
Please.
こちらの映像をご覧ください。
Please. I should play Resident Evil. I've never played it. Dude, I've never played Resident Evil, Silent Hill. I've never touched Resident Evil 4 or the remake. Or 7. Not a single one. Never played the only horror games I've played are like little jokey fucking jump scare ones. Like I played Welcome to the Game 2. And like the one spaghetti horror game. I haven't played like Outlast or like Fear and Hunger is not really a horror game. Maybe it is. I mean, look, I just don't like scary movies or horror movies, so I don't watch them, and then I also follow that same logic for the games. I get scared.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Say hi back. Of course they know. What if I told you that every word you say is being recorded? Every thought you've ever had?
It's always space and dystopia. It's never, hey, the Earth is doing great in 500 years. Everything went really well. We turned it around. We got rid of nukes.
We're just planted in your brain like weeds in a garden.
Block, stop singing the membership.
How would you do to free yourself? We both know the answer to that question. Nothing. You are the frog in a pot, boiling so slowly. You don't even know what's happening. But I'm here to set you free. Whether you like it or not.
Dude, it's like live streaming. So true. Judas. Ah, biblical. By the way, I don't know if I needed to like make a statement about this. I don't mew. I've been getting accused of being a mewer recently. I would like to reject those
Think
those
of
call-outs.
this fire as a beacon. Its warmth, its energy.
I've been accused.
Now, focus your mind.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I just don't do it.
And step into the void.
VR. I'm so anti-VR games. Just playing them. I don't like being in VR. I'm happy they're making them because they're gonna be really good in like 5 years. Some are probably really good right now. I just think most VR games are usually kind of mid, and then I also feel sick in VR. Keep making them. I won't play them though. I mean, respectfully, this looks horrible. It might be really fun to play, but what a jump scare compared to the last 3 games. Damn, this guy's going crazy. It's kind of cool if they're using real footage, though. Skeletons aren't scary? No, skeletons are fucking horrifying. If you don't think skeletons are scary, you haven't thought about how there's a skeleton inside of you, waiting to come out. Bones and skulls are one of the scariest things. It's in
I knew
you.
you would come.
And it wants
Arisen
out
One.
of you. Thank you, $10, Scott.
I
Mogul
make
guy, stream lurker
these
here. You're 100% correct. I
The
prefer watching on
dragon
YouTube
will
over
appear
Twitch.
before you
Appreciate you.
when
Thank you,
the
25 months,
times
Ari.
come.
Frank, thanks for being a member. FNAF will be in like 30 minutes. Probably not even.
Look out, Arisen! We're under attack!
Look here, beast! Come and face me! Monster, watch out!
Gay skeletons. If you're gay, is your skeleton gay?
You are formidable, Arisen.
Yes.
Make manifest your will.
Frankie, thank you. Brandon, thank you.
This world might.
Hold fast to your strength of will, Arisen One. Those who can be of aid to you
What's happening to
will
my damn
reveal
trumpet set?
themselves in time.
It's broken.
Thy will, thy soul. These are all the means thou hast to carve thy path anew. Yet your wicked schemes will avail you not, watching one.
Gary Potato, thank you for the membership.
皆さんこんにちは。チーム忍者の安田です。
Hello.
ライズ・オブ・ザ・ローニンは自由な探索や
Rise of the
幅広い
Ronin!
戦闘を体験できるオープンワールドアクション RPG です。歴史上の人物たちと紡ぐ因縁によって物語が変化していきますので、ぜひ一人の浪人として皆様それぞれの幕末を体験してください。オープンワールドで描かれる幕末の世界をお楽しみください。
Tyrant, thank you for being a member of the PC. Translate. He said, smoke weed, play my game, or I'm going to lose my job. Is Rise of the Ronin the one made by... What's that game coming out? Isn't there a Chinese studio game? It's not called Rise of the Ronin. What's it called? Comes out soon, like in a month. This month even. February? Pandemic Doctor.
本作の
Thronker.
舞台の一つ
Caleb Plasma, thank you.
横浜です。
Wukong.
19世紀幕末の時代、最初に国外に開かれた横浜では、
Yokohama is the
和と洋が
second
入り
most
混じった
populous city in
独特の
Japan.
街並みが広がっていま
45
す。
minutes from Tokyo. Well, that's kind
主
of
人
lit.
公は鍵縄を使って屋根の上に登ったり、装置アビキルを使って
It's like
高
Assassin's
所から
Creed
滑空し
Japan.
上空を移動することも可能です。
This is exactly like Assassin's Creed Japan.
攻撃やガードを駆使しながら敵の攻撃を石火で弾いて体勢を崩すことも可能です。敵の武器と相性のいい流派を選ぶと戦いを有利に進めることができ
Gwendy,
ま
Caleb,
す。
thank you. Oh shit. Oh baby. Oh baby. Damn.
Do you have any upcoming games you want to play? Love all the streams.
Upcoming games I want to play. Maybe Wukong. Damn, whoever the fucking playtester kind of fucks.
戦闘では日本刀や長槍以外にも海外からもたらされた単銃などさまざまな武器が使用できます。
TTS double, I'll fix.
発明家である伊賀七と因縁を深めるとさまざまなからくり装置を入手できます。鳥火砲は伊賀七が作ったからくりで現代の火炎放射器のような強力な遠隔武器です。鳥火砲や和洋折衷のアクションである銃剣など西洋の技術を生かした武器をうまく活用すれば強敵にも打ち勝つことができるのでぜひマスターしてください。幕末を生きる人物たちと紡いだ因縁が物語に大きく影響します。ぜひライズ・オブ・ザ・浪人で一人の浪人として運命を切り開いてください。
Should I play Ghost of Tsushima? Can I have 10K for a Smash local? No, it's too much. Flexing, thank you for the membership. IMP, thank you. Yeah, I gotta play Sekiro first. Damn, old guy fucks. You couldn't beat Sekiro. Alright, now you're being dumb. Obviously I could. I have not seen Blue-Eyed Samurai yet. But I know it's hot and people like it.
What did you do?
P. Crystal, thank you. Bubba.
There are a few things I need to make sure you understand.
Going to give you 10 seconds.
No, please! No!
Using a Zune? What was that?
The past is beyond our control. You have to accept this in order to move forward.
It was just a prank, man.
Everything you do, every decision you make from now on will open doors to the future.
The choice is yours.
I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game.
Sam. Looking for me?
Should I play Until Dawn? Until Dawn, a remake. I've never played the original Until Dawn. Jesus, man. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Oh, shit. Kojima. What is this mask going on here? Oh, fuck. Death Stranding? Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck is even that? What the fuck is even that?
Welcome to Drawbridge, Sam. And to the GHV Magellan, our mobile base of operations. Come on, I'll help you get your bearings. This is the ship's armory. Here you can check your weapons and put them through their paces. These rooms over here belong to other members of the crew.
Why are they all smurfing it up right now?
They're pretty much the same as yours. And the shower's down at the end.
This is one hell of a ship you got here. Courtesy of the UCA, I'm guessing.
No. As I told you, Drawbridge is a civilian outfit. But we do have a generous patron with access to plenty of capital and tech.
Sounds like a UCA big shot.
Don't ask me. We've never met face to face. They value their privacy.
Seriously? No better than to believe that bullshit.
It's the same deal as America. The people here are all spread out, cut off from one another. We want you to help us bring the world together.
Who's the puppet?
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
Humor him. His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes.
Dude, they got Ymir.
Your buttocks. What about shotgun?
They literally added Ymir
I
to
prefer
Death
the
Stranding. Or
driver's
Mimir. That's funny.
Sam, do you read me? You'll first need to access the Mexico side plate gate terminal. After we've confirmed network coverage, we can take the DHV Magellan and regroup at your position.
The problem is, not everybody wants to be part of the UCA.
That's not the plan, Sam. The UCA isn't looking to expand its borders. Just like with Mexico, they want to bring new regions into the network. Anyway, the DHV Magellan's here to back you up.
I never played Death Stranding. I just watched the
As
final
always, you'll be
cutscenes,
the one
and I watched
leading the
other
way to
streamers
expand the
play it.
network.
But every time I watched somebody
What's your
play it,
role in
it
all
seemed
this?
like they were not having fun.
You're the commander, huh?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only. You brought America together, helped it be reborn as the UCA. But I'm afraid Death Stranding is far from over. Humanity is still in danger, still on the brink of extinction.
Kojima's making a movie, right?
Don't act like you don't see it. A lot of things changed after you went off on your own, especially within the UCA. Bridges no longer oversees the distribution network. They withdrew once things were up and running. So your friends and co-workers all went their separate ways. Within network coverage, there's no need to rely on human porters anymore. So after I closed up shop, I went and started a new group. One that handles work in regions outside the UCA. We decided to call ourselves Drawbridge.
With the support of the Chiral Network and APAS, humanity will be free from the need to move around. Bots are capable of handling deliveries.
He's alive.
He called himself a ghost, but
He found a way back from the beach just so he could kill us.
he said he came back to get revenge on you and me.
Hey, brother. Did you miss me? Yeah, I figured you'd pay this place a visit, seeing as how I've been distributing the fruits of this fine factory all over the continent. With guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours. Same as it ever was. Oh. Looks like you decided to trade in that rope for a stick this go-round. Well, I suppose even a porter has to pull the trigger from time to time. Oh, what about you? Hey, buddy. Are you just another soulless little husk, huh?
Let go of me!
Oh.
Pathetic guitarist, where's the rest of your band?
No, Well, ain't that something?
Was it you, Higgs? Huh? Was it you that killed Lou?
You still don't know, do you?
Ludwig!
Something he said. You don't know a goddamn thing about Lou.
All right, Sam. Let's see what we can find on Lou.
you want answers, you're gonna have to find them yourself. But the ones you do find, well, that pain you nurse will only get worse. Sam the man in the dark about everything.
Don't forget, coming on this expedition was meant to help you find the strength to carry on. And you have. We all know you've got this. Now it's time to finish the journey, Sam. Please understand, Sam.
Fuck yeah, cigarettes. Hell yeah.
We never meant to string you along.
That chrysalis, we found her inside.
I wasn't sold till then.
It was filled with a fluid that contained amino acids. One's identical in structure to the kind found in tar.
I'm sorry, there are amino acids in tar? As in proteins?
Of course. How else did you think that chiral creatures could emerge from it? Some have even theorized that the tar is a sort of primordial soup.
I was there. I saw her home. And it was a hellhole.
You see, after you left Bridges, I decided to do a little digging. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago, long before you and Lou first met.
On the treetop, Troy Baker. On the... Dude, you know what this makes me want to do? I gotta do this at some point in my fucking life. I gotta play every Metal Gear Solid game.
And now here with me today is visionary game creator
Hideo
and founder
Kojima.
of Kojima Productions, Kojima-san. Hi, welcome. Today, I'm excited to announce that together, as part of the PlayStation and Kojima Productions partnership, Hideo is going to take us on an exciting new adventure. One that I've been encouraging him to reinvent for years.
はい、全く新しいオリジナルの IP になります。新世代のアクションエスピオナージゲームです。準備を始めてますけども、デストランディング2の後に本格的に小島プロダクションで制作にかかります。ソニーさんとは、ほぼ30年にわたりエスピオナージものを一緒に育ててきたという強い経験もあります。
Wait, he's making a new action
ゲームだけではな
espionage?
く音楽も映画もされています。間違いなく強力なコラボレーションになるはずです。
A spiritual successor to Metal Gear?
人生の40周年を迎えます。
How old is he?
このタイトルが、僕の集大成の作品になると確信をしています。
A new action espionage game by Hideo Kojima. This is one of my favorite genres, one that I've been hoping you would revisit with a bold new
He's
vision.
60?
Can you share anything else about this new development?
ですね、まだ詳しくは言えませんけども、最先端のテクノロジ
Wow, he
ー
looks
と、
great.
世界中の才能を集結して作る予定です。もちろんインタラクティブなゲームなんですけども、ルック、物語、テーマ、キャスト、演技、ファッション、サウンド、どれをとっても、同時に映画でもあるようなものです。
He does not look like he's in his
本
mid-20s.
作で、
Okay, he definitely
映画とゲー
looks
ムの
45
壁を
plus, but
越え
he
たい
looks
と
great.
思っています。
We're all really excited about this project, and we will fully support you with the latest innovation Sony has to offer. More details to come.
Stay tuned.
Okay, well, Hideo. Whoa. What? Is this the end of the? This is the end of the PlayStation State of Play. Yeah. Okay. It is. Whoa. I think.
Before we go, I have one final announcement. State of Play will return February 6th with an extensive look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Square Enix will be sharing new gameplay details, along with exciting news you won't want to miss. We hope you enjoyed the show. See you soon.
Goodbye.
PlayStation.
PlayStation. No Silk Song. ZZZZZ. All right, chat. Well, that was PlayStation State of Play. Now we move on to what we are here to do today, which is a big undertaking, but I'm going to try my best. It's time for FNAF. I'm not looking forward to doing this. I won't lie. I am not looking forward to doing this, but it is time for FNAF. FNAF time, everybody. Okay, all right. Okay, let's get some context out of the way here. Let's get some context out of the way. Why not? Because it's a lot, man. Okay. No. Let's... Okay, all right. Here's the deal. I am 28 years old, which means that I don't know jack shit about Five Nights at Freddy's. By the time that game was really popping off, I was just hitting college. 10 years ago, think about that. And in my college era, I decided to call myself Anders, not Ludwig, because I thought it'd be cooler, and I thought I should spend more time doing things in a real life and not video games. I've since gone full circle in the past 10 years, and I've been doing a bit of catch-up. I figured out what Skibbity Toilet is. I've even played a bit of Minecraft, but I've never dabbled into the world of Five Nights at Freddy's. And because MatPat is retiring, it seemed like the perfect time to catch up on all the lore. So today, boys, the plan is simple. We are going to find out everything about the Five Nights at Freddy's lore by watching a bunch of game theory videos. And at the end, I am hoping to talk to MatPat directly to distill within a minute what the Five Nights at Freddy's lore is all about, and he will determine whether we are actually right or wrong. But first, I figured it'd be kind of fun if I took a stab at it right now. Now again, I don't know jack shit. I've played Five Nights at Freddy's. I want to say it was the original game maybe 2 years ago for about 2 hours. And that's all my context. And then like what I have heard. So I'm just going to take a minute right now and I'm going to try to distill what Five Nights at Freddy's is about based off what I currently know, which is jack shit. So Five Nights at Freddy's, okay, Five Nights at Freddy's is about somebody who works at like a Chuck E. Cheese like place with a bunch of animatronics, and he is the security guard, and at night the animatronics come to life and try to kill him. And there's like a purple one that's like the main one that everyone thinks about, and then there's like a yellow one called Chick that I think a lot of people are sexually attracted to. And then all I know outside of that is that MatPat at some point guessed the lore, and then the creator of the lore changed it, and then they made a movie, and Josh Hutcherson is the guy. That's about it. That's about all I know. I know literally nothing. I couldn't tell you another word. I would just be making shit up. I literally know nothing else. So we're going to try today to actually learn. And I've lined up quite a few videos for us to watch. Now, again, I'm only going to be watching game theory videos. Don't yell at me for that. The reason is because I have expressed permission from MatPat and from Game Theory to watch these videos. All right? So I'm not going to be watching. Don't be like, no, Ludwig, you got to watch this 1 hour lore dump or this 12-hour lore dump from this other creator. No. I'm only watching game theory videos. So those are the ones I have permission to watch. Okay? I have permission to watch. It is important to me that I have the permission to watch them. Okay? Now, we have these ultimate, we have 6 videos in total that I want to start with, and maybe we'll expand off after that. But I want to start with these 6. The first video I have is MatPat's first ever Five Nights at Freddy lore video. I thought it'd be kind of interesting to watch them. Then we have MatPat's Ultimate Timeline, which is a series of 4 different videos that we're going to watch. And then we have the most recent FNAF lore video about why you hate my theories. And that's going to be the main one we watch. And I also have the one that talks about how the creator changed the lore. I don't know. I got a few. And I know this one is probably mostly not valuable, but I think it'll be interesting to watch the first theory, because I'm pretty sure this video that is damn near 10 years old kind of kicked off the idea of like really dissecting FNAF lore. It might suck. but I want to take a look at it. And I might skip around. I might stop watching partway through, but I want to give every video a shot. So anyway, let's get started with this one.
Today we are playing the scariest game of
Oh, is he just playing it?
creation. Probably never heard of it. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's. Here we go.
The audio mix. Oh my god. It's the worst audio mixing I've ever heard. Wait, what the fuck?
It's a camera. The camera came up. Oh, was that a bunny? Was that a bunny? I think it was a bunny.
So this is the game I played. I remember playing this game.
Oh my gosh. I am so scared right now. Oh god! Huh. It was only the fan. It's only the fan. Only a fan.
And I'm pretty sure you can look left and look right and then look at the cameras.
I have never played a game this intense.
Okay, I'm gonna actually end it all, MatPat. I cannot handle the static being 8,000 times louder than your quiet voice. I can't handle it.
God, shut the doors, shut the doors, shut the doors. Oh, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me. I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared. Can you tell how scared I am right now?
Okay, I actually can't watch this. I actually can't I can't watch this. I can't watch this. Out of context, it just looks like he's coming. I can't watch. That's crazy. That's great. Let's get to the game theory logo. I can't.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where fear is our middle name. Matthew Fear Patrick. It's a very strange name.
It is a strange name.
Okay, I'll admit it. I didn't give Five Nights at Freddy's enough credit when it first came out. A few jump scares from creatures that, aren't that scary. People overreacting to it on YouTube. Meh, pass. But then when I asked you about it, you showed overwhelming support for an episode on the game on Twitter, so I began to dig a little deeper. And what I found was some of the most interesting storytelling, most intriguing mysteries, and most disturbing events I'd read about in a long time. Now,
it's crazy that if a bunch of people on Twitter didn't tell him to watch Five Nights at Freddy's lore or like play the game again to discover the lore, his life would be so much different. Because I feel like MatPat has a lot of different successes, but Five Nights at Freddy's like the fucking shit he's known for.
If you were just to play the game straight through 5 days, the story would actually come across as pretty superficial. You're the new night guard watching the security cameras at a Chuck E. Cheese-style restaurant called...
That's what I...
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Yes.
4 animatronics roam the halls at night because the owners don't want their servos to lock up.
Purple
Bad
one and the
news
yellow
is,
one.
You can't let them near you or else they'll kill you on the spot
Yes.
because you look like a naked endoskeleton. Ow, ow! Show them those circuits. Apparently, one of them bit someone back in 87, presumably 1987. And the past guard leaves you recorded phone messages to act as your tutorial. That is, as much as he could record before he got himself killed. And that's it. Stay 5 nights, collect your paycheck, done. Game over, play something new. But playing it that way is doing the game a huge disservice.
Wait, that's what I did. Okay, see that... This is literally... He just recapped what I recapped all I know about Five Nights at Freddy's. And now he's saying I'm a big dumbass for that. Okay.
Because that's not even scratching...
Why is everybody spamming the bite of 87? Is this a meme? Was that the bite of 87? What is it...
The surface. If you're really observant, you start to unravel the layers of unsolved mysteries around this place. You find that there's a 5th animatronic, that posters on the wall will change randomly, that news clippings appear and disappear, telling the dark secrets of this twisted place. Putting it all together, here's the rest of the story. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, once a popular restaurant, fell into hard times when 5 children went missing there after being lured to a back room by a man dressed in a character costume. Though a suspect was caught and convicted, the bodies of the children were never recovered. The pizzeria was also threatened with shutdown due to sanitation complaints.
I'm sorry. An employee dressed as a character lured 5 kids and murdered them, and they almost got shut down due to sanitation complaints? Our priorities are backwards. Who gives a fuck about the sanitation, buddy? Those are very... One is much bigger deal here. It almost got shut. That's crazy.
All odors started to come from the animatronics, blood and mucus oozing from their eyes and mouths. The last article, written years after the incident, states that the pizzeria would finally be closed by year end. In addition to the core 4 robots, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, there's also a
Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy.
A fifth, unofficially referred to as Golden Freddy. Ignoring the rules of physics, Golden Freddy appears and disappears at will, can inexplicably travel through doors, wherever, causing strange hallucinations. And when he attacks you, you're not taken to the typical game over screen, your game crashes. So that's unsettling. And there's also strange
Golden
messages
Freddy
appearing on the walls, repeating the words, "It's me." According to the game's creator, the place is
Scott Cawthon. There's an explanation for why the characters are haunted, but it's hidden within the game.
Is indeed haunted by what we can only assume to be the spirits of the 5 lost children. So
the children who were murdered are the 5 animatronics. So one of the kids had to be like really special or something, or murdered in a unique way. Is that why he's a special golden bear? Okay.
that's the gist of it. Murder, missing children, foul odors, killer robots, and pizza. But that story leaves a lot of lingering questions. Who is your character? How's he fit in? Why does he stay for 5 nights when he's very clearly confronting the possibility of death? What more can we know about this?
We're trying to go band for
Golden
band,
Freddy?
stack
And
it
most
up.
importantly, what is the complete story behind Five Nights at Freddy's? They're all good questions about a delightfully incomplete and mysterious story with just enough threads to keep you theorizing. So now, if you'll indulge me, let me reciprocate that story with one of my own.
I indulge
think
you.
you'll find it interesting. December 1993, Aurora, Colorado. 10 p.m. Tuesday night at a local Chuck E. Cheese. After a family birthday party runs long, manager Margaret Kohlberg and teenage employees Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Bobby Stevens are forced to stay late to close up shop. But as Margaret tallies receipts in the back, Bobby scrubs down the kitchen, and the other 3 work outside in the main arcade. Unknown to any of the 5, there's actually a 6th person locked in the building with them, waiting silently in the darkened restrooms. A 19-year-old named Nathan Dunlap.
Is this real? Is this real?
That year, Nathan had begun working there as a cook, dough master, before getting fired in July after a disagreement over his hours. Now, 5 months later, he was back.
Dude, is he just, he's talking about a murder case like it's a game lore dump. This is an actual, fuck, dude. I didn't know about this. Why does Aurora, Colorado get boomed so much? That's where the Batman murders were too, right? Fuck.
10:05, he left the bathroom, pulled out a small caliber handgun, and proceeded to execute everyone in the building. First Sylvia, then Ben, then Colleen. Dunlap then moved to the kitchen, where he surprised Bobby Stevens. The bullet entered Bobby's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Then finally, Nathan moved to the back, the office, where Margaret opened the safe before Nathan shot her twice, proceeded to grab her bag, filling it with $1,600 in cash, arcade tokens, and keychains. Spurred on by the building security footage, police were at his home a few hours later, where he was promptly arrested. Eventually, he was tried and sentenced to death, but his story re-entered the news just recently as his punishment has been postponed, leading people to debate whether he's able to sleep soundly, knowing that his execution has been delayed. This is a tragic story, a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way, but I want to address it because I have a strong suspicion that this story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's look at the facts. First, I don't think that there's any doubt
Okay, because it was at a Chuck E. Cheese and 5 people were murdered, and there's 5 people who were murdered in the Five Nights at Freddy's lore, and there's 5 animatronics. I think I can connect the dots here. I'm not dumb.
Freddy's is a parody of Chuck E. Cheese. From the singing animatronics to the alliterative...
I feel like he's just going to say everything I just said, right? Like, I can just skip this.
Wage was $3. Low minimum directly with your character's paycheck. Each night you're working a 6-hour shift, and you're spending 5 nights there. So that's 30 hours of total work time for $120. In total, $4 an hour. How can they do that? That's below minimum wage.
Because it's the minimum wage of 1993.
2014. But in 1990, minimum wage was $3.80. In 1991, it was raised to $4.25. And by 1996, you were looking at about $5 an hour. So
okay, yeah, that's actually not a bad logic.
Of kids missing to the number of animatronics, saying that the children's bodies were stuffed in the various suits. And this appears to be true. Bonnie and Chica both have moans and raspy breath sound effects, as though someone's trying to cling to the last threads of their lives stuffed in
Jesus fucking Christ!
Inside the costumes. And other sounds made by the animatronics are just slowed down versions of children's laughs and screams. Additionally, as
I don't
the
get
news
why it's
clipping
children, though.
mentions, the suits ooze blood and mucus and begin to stink, like decaying.
I don't get, by the logic of it being the people who were murdered in 93, why would it then be children in this lore?
Bodies or reanimated corpses. So 5 victims, 5 suits. Seems like a slam dunk.
Sure.
But nowhere does it say that all 5 were murdered, only that they went missing and couldn't be found. Also, the trouble a lot of people have with this theory is Golden Freddy. Why is that guy so limp and lifeless? So unlike the others. It's weird, until you go back to the real life story. Yes, there were 5 people shot that night in Chuck E. Cheese, which matches the 5 victims in Freddy's story. But of those, one survived. Bobby, the one from the kitchen, miraculously survived the shot to his jaw. After he was knocked to the floor by the bullet, he went limp, played dead, to avoid the killer coming back to finish the job. And that relates exactly to the advice you're given on night 3 by the phone guy.
Try playing dead. You know, go limp.
Again, let me reiterate that I'm not trying to make light of the real-life events by comparing them to bear costumes and animatronics, but I do want to point out that these similarities do exist. And what else is limp and appears to be a lifeless, empty suit in the game?
Golden Bear.
Freddy. Surviving the
Golden
attack,
Freddy.
Bobby was able to go to trial and be a damning piece of evidence in the case against Nathan Dunlap, ultimately leading to his death sentence. Which animatronic surprises you by appearing randomly? The one you don't expect and has no clear pattern? Golden Freddy. It's also worth mentioning that of all the cameras in the restaurant, one is always black, preventing you from seeing what's going on. That camera is located in the kitchen, leading many to assume it's where Golden Freddy hides, which just so happens to be the place Bobby was able to survive the attack. So I ask, odd coincidence or source of inspiration? In fact, if you think about it, the behavior of the animatronics really corresponds with—
Chat, you can't say don't watch, it's outdated. I'm watching this, and then we're watching the updated one. I wanted to watch the first lore video and the last one. If he debunks it later, that's fine. But let me explore, right? Don't tell me where I can tunnel and learn from. Let me learn. Let me learn and then unlearn. Okay?
Key features of each of the real-life story's victims. We just covered Golden Freddy and Bobby, but the rest have strange parallels too. Bonnie goes into the utility closet filled with floor cleaning supplies, the most prominent ones being a mop and a broom. It's probably one of the most random rooms in the game, until you consider that Ben, the second victim, was vacuuming at the time of the attack. Foxy is kept sequestered in the back of the building, behind a curtain, more aggressive than all the rest. Similar to the way Margaret, the manager, was in the back office counting receipts at the time of the murder, and her role as manager would inherently make her more aggressive or assertive. Sylvia was closest to the bathroom and was cleaning up the salad bar at the time of the attack. Chica walks past the bathroom and is associated with food. And Freddy, well, he doesn't have that strong of a parallel with Colleen, but he does appear in the girls' restroom. Odd for what we would assume to be a male animatronic. Maybe it's a reference to Colleen being a girl, or a nod to Nathan's plan of hiding in the bathroom until he was ready to attack. Alright, after doing all the research, reading every fan theory in existence, and putting all the clues together, what can this mean for the story of the game? I think the game is an allegory for that night back in 1993. Here's my final interpretation. You, Mike Schmidt, are the murderer, former employee of Freddy's Pizzeria. Like Nathan in the real story, you were fired for the reason stated in the Day 7 pink slip, tampering with the animatronics, being unprofessional, odor. Maybe it was your tampering with the robots that caused the infamous bite of 87. Regardless, like Nathan, you were mad and wanted to get even. So you lured children to the back using a costume, killed them, stuffed their bodies into the animatronic suits, hoping to get the place shut down, then left. Notice that the newspaper clippings never say it's an employee of the company luring the children away, but we know it must have been someone with access and knowledge of the the employees-only section of the building. And as the newspaper clippings clearly show, just like Nathan, you were caught almost immediately, captured on the security footage. You were arrested, tried, and convicted, forced now to live on death row. The Freddy's Pizzeria you work in now are just the nightmares that haunt you, taunting you every night with the phrase, "It's me, it's me." It is you. You are the killer. The nightmare is also why everything is so surreal. Posters switching at random, heads on the animatronics glitching, Golden Freddy appearing and disappearing at will, taunting you as the
Okay,
one.
there's a lot of repetition here. It feels like we're extending our essay to get to 15 minutes, because 15 minutes was the amount of time I think a video had to get to back in the day. But I think I get the idea. Okay, I get the idea. The original lore, or excuse me, the original theory was that Five Nights at Freddy's was based off a real murder case at a Chuck E. Cheese in Colorado where 5 people were murdered by a former employee. That's the original one. Okay, I feel good about it. I feel like it's now just repeating the same thought. So now, let's fast forward to less than a year ago, where MatPat did a FNAF The Ultimate Timeline. We're gonna watch the Ultimate Timeline here. Which is a 4-part series of videos that goes over everything. So we're going to try this one here. We're going to try this one, and we're going to see how it goes. I had to go pee real fast. So let me do that, and then I'll be right back. Alright, okay. Alright. Thank you, Fox, for the membership. Okay, let's fucking do this shit, baby. Let's fucking do this shit. Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Timeline.
We end the torment. Today we end the torment. 19 books, 11 games, 8 whole years.
19 books, 11... There's more books than games?
All leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally complete. The pieces are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show.
How are there 8 games? Is it all the same thing? Like...
that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life. This one is big, my friends, and I gotta admit, kinda nervous. I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018. Back in the days when Mike was the crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd...
What the fuck is any of that? What the hell did I just... What is that? What is even that, man? How do we go from Colorado murder to Fazgoo? What's Fazgoo? Do the animatronics come? Is it their cum?
Ever thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It is...
Wait, he talks. Sorry, I'm not trying to pause this much. It's just... the way he talks makes me laugh.
full of speculation and theory. So to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline.
Okay.
But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things.
Sure.
First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done on the channel.
Okay.
But when you look at the totality of this franchise, the story of FNAF really boils down to the story of one man, William Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise to becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. That's
Okay, William Afton is the creator of Fazbear's Pizza or some shit.
why I've decided to split this timeline into 3 main chunks. The foundation of Freddy'S, how the business started and how it came into being, the Afton era, William's decades-long murder spree, and post-Purple Guy. Basically modern FNAF, everything that happens after the pizzeria simulator fire. And because there are lots of new big revelations in this thing that seemingly come out of nowhere, as well as just points I want to talk about further, I decided to dedicate 1 episode to each chunk. I originally wanted it to be one seamless continuous video, but it just felt incomplete without some sort of explanation at the end of each one. Once this whole thing's done, I promise I'm gonna merge all the narrative bits into one massive video so you can just skip my explanations. But for now, this just felt like the best, most satisfying, most complete way to do this. That being said, this is still about the story, the broad strokes of the franchise. So in order to make sure that you guys know that I'm not just pulling answers out of thin air, not only am I discussing some of the more controversial bits at the end of each chunk, we're also putting in a handy little graphic in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, which will show thumbnails, video titles, books, and any other citations that we need throughout the video. So if you wish to understand that specific statement in more detail, you know exactly where we've taken
That's
it
helpful.
from.
I
That way you
appreciate
can look
that.
into those details for yourself. So sit back, grab some popcorn, or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial.
That's my
and
chat right now. My chat, it's actually all pitchforks right now. You should have watched Wendigoon. You guys are actually cringe. Sorry, when you're actually getting your FNAF lore dump, could you please watch Wendigoon in his 6-hour video and not the MatPat game theory lore? It's actually incorrect, and I don't want you to get the lore incorrect because this is very important to me. I'm cringing. You're making me cringe. Get your popcorn. Put the sticks down. I'm cringing. Please.
Make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to come back to a few times in order to fully dissect.
Smart call out.
Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way, discovered the secret to eternal life.
Why is that bunny kind of hot?
Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s,
The 60s.
but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, 4th highest unemployment in the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired and they were hungry, but as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Vaughn brothers or the Robbins brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents.
That's a great fucking deal. Bear and a dinner for 50 cents? Sign my family up.
Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing
Thank you, Sleepy
through looking
Nar,
for
for
a
the
quick
membership.
meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy,
William
capturing his
Afton.
imagination in a way that nothing
William
else
Afton.
had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at
Willie
least, but
Billy.
his parents like to call him William. William Afton. The bear could dance, it could sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes.
Go in a
William was
costume.
inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation? Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his...
I'm sorry, this is a quick aside. I always love listening to like technological updates in like the 18 or 1900s because they sound so simple. It's like, oh, dude, we figured out that actually you need your hands. No. So what we figured out is that actually if you wash your hands before putting your hands into someone's body in surgery, it's better. Stuff that's like nowadays, like, yeah, no fucking shit. Back then, they're like, no, we actually solved this.
his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough.
Thank you,
with
Red River,
seams and
or Red
stitches
River.
visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. And things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been
Opener
perfect,
Gaming, thank you for
had it
being
not
part of the
been
PC.
for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best.
Why is he Madge? Like, yeah, they bit your shit, but you also bit somebody's shit. Like, Fredbear was literally a one-to-one copy. You just changed the color to yellow. He yoinked and twisted. A yoink and twister cannot be mad that somebody yoinked and twisted. It's just like... Plus, often imitated, never replicated. If you're the first to do it, that just means, like, people are biting your shit. You're on the right fucking path. Keep innovating, baby. I think this William guy has too much ego in his previous successes. Wasn't worried enough about innovating and keeping the successes rolling, you know?
It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do, make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's Party World was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait, a bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why'd it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
No, that was not okay. Afton's jealous admiration
Okay, all right. You know what? That's a little more dog. That's a little more dog. Ned Bear is a little bit dog.
turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's Party World over Fredbear's. William just...
Okay, Fredbear. William Afton's little boy sees Dancing Bear, makes a place called Fredbear. Guy sees Fredbear, says, I can do it better, makes Chica's Party World, makes animatronics. His animatronics fuck, they go hard. Makes something called Ned Bear. William Afton gets really jealous because the other business is more successful. That's where we're at. Update. Great.
just couldn't compete with the appeal of the robots. Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult, another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget.
He was humiliated that he got, you could have just rejected the offer, but okay, he was humiliated. No, I guess I get that. That would be humiliating, right? Because they're the reason you're out of business, and now they're like trying to be like, oh no, we'll get you out of here for sure. That's fair. It does remind me of Walter White Breaking Bad when his business partner, who cut him out of the deal offered to pay him out of his debt. And it's like, you don't really get to do that. That's like, and although it was prideful of Walter, and the show would have ended if he just took the money, I understand why he didn't.
1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next.
It's not look, it's barely. We're talking like episode 5.
Next was a period of massive success and.
That's not what happened. I've only watched 5 episodes, so I'm only explaining what I know. So now you guys are reverse spoiling by telling me what I know based off the first 5 episodes didn't happen. Stop spoiling, please.
Expansion. With the 2 franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The 2 men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature.
And he gets naming rights, and he's still Madge? Like, William, grow up. You got naming rights. Angela, thank you for the PC.
Mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the 2 franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
Crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
I'm sorry, Gregory.
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good.
Okay. So the original location has the Golden Bear, and that's Fredbear's Family whatever. Then they made a spin-off called fucking Fazbear's fucking... And this is the game I know, is with these 4, right?
Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but...
He's actually so fucking whiny, I'm like getting annoyed, but go off, William.
Other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter. He had a thriving business. And best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids?
That'd be
what
cool.
if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure?
I feel like you maybe enter an Uncanny Valley territory.
Possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike. Okay, so that brings us to the end of part 1 of the story. That said, at the end of each of these chunks,
I feel really good about part 1. I feel like I know fucking everything. And Henry Emily, I will say, sounds like the GOAT. Chill ass dude. You know, fucking really, really crafted his own original place inspired by something. Then became partners with a person, I feel like unnecessarily. You know, he didn't have to do that. He could have been more ruthless. And then fucking brought him in, gave him naming rights, you know, showed him everything about how to make the sausage. Like, if you think about it, William Afton's like, dude, I like bear. And that's the end of, like, everything he is. He was basically a kid. He saw bear. He goes, I like bear. And then he made bear. And then he's like, what else do I make? And he's like, bunny. And then like, what? And then what? And then he made a fledgling business that started failing. And he's like, but I made bunny. It's like, who gives a shit, dude? You like bear, you like bunny, cool. That's all you've done. Then you just try to bite off fucking Mickey Mouse. You know? Henry Emily actually fucking innovated a bit here.
I want to break down some of the logical leaps that I made, since the more narrative format doesn't give me much of a chance to justify a lot of the big decisions. And admittedly, there are some large leaps in here. Let's just start off with Fredbear's singing show, shall we? We know,
Sure.
based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least—
Should I skip this part? Everyone's saying, skip this part. Should I skip this part and just go to the next narrative and maybe come back? No, don't skip. Okay, so now you guys aren't in agreement. And now I am none the wiser. Why skip it? Because it apparently has spoilers? I don't fucking know. People are yelling at me. You guys just constantly yell at me. All I'm trying to do is just learn, right? And you guys hate that. You hate that people want to learn. Raider, thank you for the membership. Is this the second one? The Rise of Afton?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, and
Hello!
officially page 7 of the FNAF timeline script. Last time we covered the origins of Freddy's. We talked about William Afton's childhood dream project of making a singing bear come to life,
Yes, we
and the
did.
infuriating moment that his dream is copied by a rival restaurant franchise looking to steal away his success. The merger of the two franchises results in William meeting Henry, a brilliant designer with a knack for robotics. Working together, they make Fredbear's flourish, spawning popular Saturday morning cartoon shows, toy lines, and spin-off restaurants under the Fazbear name. When last we left him, Afton was thriving, the world of robotics opening his eyes to new and exciting ways of bringing characters to life.
I decided I'm just going to watch all the narratives and then I can watch the explanations after, and that's what I decided. And I won't change what I decided. But you can feel free to complain about it. And that is your right, and I actually like it. I mean that totally sincerely. Robot Wizard, thank you for the Twitch Prime.
Bringing things to life, yeah, that was his core driving force, his passion. And it was this very passion that would mutate, twist, and morph from here on out in the story. Because with life, there is inevitably death, something that Afton would become intimately familiar with. But before Afton acquaints himself with death, I want you to take some time to acquaint yourself with our newest channel. Guys, this is a huge moment for us theorists. For the last decade, we've had this 4-player control. Now, with our logo complete, it's time to complete our other massive ongoing project, this timeline. Onward to part 2, where things are about to get dark in a hurry.
Twitch Prime? Yeah, I got a Twitch Prime. Look. Robot Wizard, Twitch Prime. If you give me a Twitch Prime on Twitch, I'll see it, and I'll thank you. The Afton Era.
1983, business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make
Astral,
it into a reality.
Mr.
They called
Gamer,
their new invention the
Abadish.
Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these two
CGP
men.
Mad.
A human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump-scaring him with a Foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This
He wasn't even there?
would not be the end. No matter what, William's son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife.
Fuck you mean you don't have time? He's dead now.
In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea, inspired by Michael constantly leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the—
What was the youngest brother's name? I need to do a catch up here. We don't know. His name is Crying Child. Oh wow. Okay, so William Afton, business is booming. 2 restaurants, TV show, fucking magnets. I mean, what more can you want? Not an attentive parent, but puts up cameras to spy on his kids in weird places around the neighborhood, I guess. Spies on his eldest son bullying his youngest son. His eldest son's name is Michael, bullying his youngest son, Crying Child. And then one day on Crying Child's birthday, eldest son fucking throws a little prank by putting him in the mouth of an animatronic, and the youngest kid is scared of the animatronics, and the animatronic fucking snaps his fucking neck. And then William Afton, almost unfazed, just keeps working. He just keeps working. He's like, dude, it's fucking crazy. You're on your deathbed. That's so fucking crazy. I still got to work, though. And then through the teddy bear is like, yo, but I'll actually, like, totally get revenge for you, like, one day. Like, I'm so sorry you died, though. And then decides to add a security robot and security measures to his restaurant to prevent, supposedly, someone from getting fucking murdered again by a irresponsible child like Michael. And then the rest of the family is just fucked. Like, they're fucked because the youngest kid died and the dad's still not in the picture. They're just fucked. Okay.
The suit that took his life. The suit's 3-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears.
Mario.
Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant.
You're still on that! Are we being fucking for real? Your kid died and you're still on that. That's crazy. Kevin saying the prime. That's crazy. You're at the bar, you're drinking, your youngest child died because your eldest child accidentally had it murdered by a fucking animatronic, and you're like, fucking Henry. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's fucking dumb as shit. William Afton is like the least intelligent character I've ever come across, ever. Like, actually just like a 99% petty, like 1% stupid.
They cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him.
What? Henry took his son. Aren't you the one who wanted to innovate on the animatronics and make them partial human, partial fucking robot? With the fucking double hinge or whatever? How is it
robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea. A beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago.
No, you're not going to kill his daughter because your son died and somehow you've conflated your son's death to be the fault of Henry when it's actually your fault being a negligent parent and allowing your eldest son to raise your youngest child improperly. There's no way that's going to happen.
He had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime.
This is crazy. It's so unbelievable that Henry's like, yeah, no, I think my business partner killed my daughter, but like, you know, we just got to keep working together, honey. Like, business is booming, you know. It's like, how are you not, if you even had a slight inkling, you're like, just like fucking, you know, move. You got to leave. Vilu, thank you the 5 gifted. If you had like an inkling, I mean, I guess maybe you want to stick around and try to pin it on them. That's crazy though.
In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's Family Diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 1983. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so—
Sorry, I missed that.
Allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids. Experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras.
Am I crazy? Why does he give a fuck about monitoring his kids? Why does he give a shit? Like, who is he lying to? Clearly, he doesn't give a fuck. Because even when on the monitor, a kid is snapped shut by a robotic bear to the point of death, he's still like, I'm busy. So it's like, what? Like, who are we fucking lying to? He doesn't give a shit about his kids. Because one died, he saw it on camera. And you know what he did? He said, "Oh man, yo, sorry dude, I'll fucking like try to help you out later on." It did nothing. I can buy the logic. He's obsessed with control.
983. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him. All for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like
Aiden
sound.
Reenan, thank you for
With
joining
just
the
a few
Parasocial
sounds,
Club.
he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son.
So the way he's keeping Michael indoors, but just by making like the most horrifying creation ever to like follow him everywhere he's going. Does he know at this time that his son is literally so traumatized by the murder of the youngest son that he sees hallucinations of the animatronics already? He's literally like, dude, you know that thing that you like hallucinate? Dude, what if I made it? I guess maybe that's what he saw and it wasn't a hallucination. Yeah, that's fair.
He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But
Michael was the security guard? What the fuck? He's the... Oh my god. Mind-blowing. Mike is Michael. So Michael is Josh Hutcherson. Isn't he Michael? Blind Mask, thank you for the gifted.
all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my hall?
The Weeknd goes fucking hard, dude.
All I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
Thank you, James.
And despite
Viking
her repeated
Games.
demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in it.
Why is he purple? Why is he purple?
And he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found, and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next, but it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school. Throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he
You know what? You know what? Say what you will about the other murders. Okay, those were fine. But that one, that was too far. Okay? That was... The other ones, it's an oopsie poopsie.
Go too far. That one he shouldn't.
That's crazy.
With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken.
That was broken because it was discontinued because it murdered his child. Yes.
Like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man.
Really? Really? Would that hold up? I don't know. I'm not a fucking lawyer, but I feel like if I had video of a guy in a mask who lures children back there, and then every single child lured dies, to be like, Your Honor, anybody could have been wearing the mask. In the 80s and 90s, yeah. We had DNA evidence back then. We did have it. Didn't we? We had it back then. No DNA until 93? Fuck. What did we have before we had DNA? Just smooth fingers, no prints, no DNA. Just the roll of the dice. We didn't even have that shit back then. God damn it. That was before we figured out that fucker was a double helix.
But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987.
I'm sorry. So Henry Emily's like, dude, I think my fucking co-owner is like murdering all these children. What do I do? I'll make a toy. Like, what? Buddy didn't think like, oh, you know, what if I fucking like get him arrested? Because if he's not around, then the kids probably won't die. And if you can't get him arrested, be a vigilante. Here's the thing. If I was fucking convinced that Aiden had murdered 5 children and the police were like, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. And not only 5 children, but more children, one of them mine, I'd fucking take him out, baby. I would take him out vigilante style. I wouldn't be like, let me make a gizmo and a gadget.
And the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him, that was his idea, his character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No.
That's crazy! That's crazy! You murdered 6 children! I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. How is he still on the... Dude, what? You're doing a Freddy's without me? Like, how is he on that? That's crazy. I'm losing my mind. This is so annoying. There's a common phrase called no face, no case.
As long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the...
Yeah, so you know what Henry Emily could have done? Not open the same fucking restaurant where 6 kids were murdered. That would have been a fucking stellar move by him.
phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was. Buried in the back of parts and services mixed in with the old withered animatronics was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the...
That's crazy. That's crazy. Henry Emily has to be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever learned about ever. Like, William Afton's like a psychopath, right? And there's not much sense in trying to condense logically his decision tree into what I would do because he's a psychopath. Whatever, that's fine. But Henry Emily's just a dumb fucker. Like, he reopened the restaurant and 5 kids are murdered and he's like, yeah, man. What could we do? You said he was the GOAT? He was the GOAT till he became a dumbass motherfucker.
The suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William?
The bite of 87! I don't know what it means, but it's exciting. This is it, baby. We are fucking learning now.
His curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again.
Get your son in.
He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind. Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. Scared?
Dude, what? What? The fuck? I thought his whole thing was like, I'm not gonna murder now. I just want to figure out what's going on with it. What the fuck? It just, what? I feel like we kind of glossed over that. We're kind of skipping a bit here. And why is she British? William's British? But why are his kids British? That doesn't make no damn sense. I get him being British, an immigrant. The dude's got to be old as fuck now, right? I'm sorry. He was a kid during the Great Depression in the 30s. So he's born in, like, at the very latest, like, 35. And we're in 87, so he's 52 right now? At least? And his daughter's that old? Or young, I mean? So he's on that Robert De Niro wave, eh? It makes sense that he's British. It doesn't make sense that she's British. Unless he went back to UK to have a kid. I don't think he did that. All right, let's get back to it.
And confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but Williams' damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself. But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his
Fazgoo! Fazgoo, 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 Fazgoo!
own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else, something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The five lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of...
It is frustrating that this is the third time someone has activated a spring lock to get their head fucking snapped. I get when the kids fell for it. I get that. But the dude who made the device fell for that? Really?
out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage, and who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners, after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die. End of this part. I say this part because it's not officially the end of the Afton era just yet, but this just felt like a really solid stopping point, and the episode has gone on forever.
Whoa, baby. All right, okay. That's a good app. That was a good app. Okay, all right. Let's do a little recap. We got William Afton, who is a Depression-era baby inspired by Bear. Like Bear, makes Bear restaurant with people in bear suit. Also makes Bunny. Smarter man, Henry Emily, says, that's not a bad idea. Does the same thing, robot genius. Everyone likes robot restaurant. Henry Emily, after William Afton's restaurant goes out of business, says, hey, join me, baby. We do it together. I'll de-bankrupt you. They make a spot, all right? Fredbear's Family Diner pops off. They make a second spot. They make a fucking TV show. Business booming. All right? Afton, a little bit of a psychopath. A little bit of jealousy. This all gets to his head a little bit. Starts working really hard. All right? His eldest kid accidentally kills his youngest boy. A little bit of an accident. All right? He gets revenge one day. Kills his business partner's daughter. Kind of freak shit, not gonna lie. Then he's like, oh, you know what? It's kind of fun. Murder. Okay. He gets into the bunny costume, and he starts just murdering kids. Murders 5. They shut down the place. All right. They open up again, and Henry Emily's like, hey, I think you might have murdered 6 kids. I don't want to work with you anymore. And then William Afton's like, no. And then secretly gets a job as a security engineer. Don't know how he fucking does that. Congratulations. Murders 5 more kids. He's like, if I can't be a part of this business, you can't either. Place shuts down. Goes to open his own spot because he thinks there might be something up with the animatronics. As he's opening the spot, day before, his daughter goes near a fucking animatronic, gets murdered. Initially, he's sad. Then he's like, uh-oh, wait, maybe the soul of her body is still in this animatronic because the eyes have changed. Goes back to the abandoned one where he murdered 10 kids at. Finds out that he was right. There's some sort of soul being kept through these murdered bodies through the animatronic. The souls are kind of mad at him, though. Go to kill him, but he kills himself by getting his head fucking snapped off by the animatronic. Henry Emily sees him, says, there's literally nothing here whatsoever, and leaves his body, in, I guess more accurately, his soul for dead for 30 years. And I think it's about it. And now we're, I think, going to get to the modern era, which is the toys are now alive and they're fucking with people. And I'm pretty sure this is episode 3. Burn them all? Or is it a family rebuilt? It's burn them all, right? Let's just check the date. March 12th. March 26th. Yeah. Burn them all. All right. Okay.
Hello, Internet!
Naren,
Welcome to Game Theory and page 20 of our final FNAF timeline. This is getting ridiculous. Last time we covered William Afton's rise as a serial killer.
Yep.
How the loss of his young son in 1983 caused him to make one fateful promise that would ultimately serve as his driving force for decades. I will put you back together. Fueled by grief and obsession, Afton would lose himself in work and drinks. One night in a fit of rage, he lashes out against Henry's young daughter Charlie, his first murder. This moment becomes the first domino to fall in a long sequence of events that ultimately destroys William's life and the lives of those around him. That one murder gives Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10 more children across 2 different pizzerias. Those children go on to possess animatronics, giving Afton his first exposure to Remnant and the potential solution for bringing his son back to life. The
Remnant, I guess, is another term for the remaining soul of the murdered child, which gets absorbed into the metal of the animatronic, because that's where he stuffed the kids.
Need to learn more about this miraculous power leads him to produce the Funtime animatronics, as well as their capture devices. Robots designed to bring kids to him for experimentation and collection of more Remnant. Except there was one thing that he didn't account for: his daughter's curiosity. He made the robots too appealing, and it would cost him Elizabeth's life. Now with 2 children to put back together, Afton was more desperate and crazed than ever, returning to defunct pizzerias to steal the possessed metal still living inside their walls. What he didn't account for, though, were the ghosts, forcing him to pay for the sins of his past. When last we left him, William was spring-locked, bleeding to death behind a secret wall. Gone, but certainly not forgotten, as we're about to see in today's video. Today, we're finishing up Chapter 2 of our story, wrapping up the Afton era. Over the next 6 pages, we switch our focus to the other main character of the franchise, Mike, a young boy dealing with the fallout of a stupid childhood decision with tragic consequences. A young man whose life is best described as collateral damage, caught in the blast radius of William's whirlwind of destruction. Now, before we begin, let me just rip off the band-aid now. We won't be finishing the timeline today. I know. I'm sorry, I wanted to, but covering FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach wound up taking me an additional 9 pages of script. And I've already made you wait long enough for this part, so I just had to make the executive call to break this one up into 2. Don't worry, that part is already written, it is already recorded, it is just in the process of being edited. It is a hefty episode. So mark it on your calendar, that one's actually going to be going live on March 25th. It's also coming complete with a live talkback where we go back over everything from the past couple episodes, as well as having ourselves some very special guests. So overall, that one should be a lot of fun. Fair warning though, the conclusions we've reached that solve Security Breach, they are controversial. I feel good about them. Like, I think that we've locked in on a lot of the answers
I gotta go
here.
pee-pee. I gotta go pee-pee. I gotta go pee-pee. I gotta go pee-pee. I gotta go pee-pee. I returned from the war. All right. Okay. Come on. Part 3, baby. Part 3. Burn them all.
Here, but they're gonna raise a lot of discussion. Let's just say that you're either gonna love that episode or hate it. I don't really think there's gonna be much in between on that one. Anyway, without any
I peed faster, bitch. Okay, well, Big J, I was using a swipe plus bidet. So, you know, it's not about rushing it for me because I enjoy my time on the toilet because I go to ass.cleaning and I have a nice old bidet.
Further ado, let's cover a chunk of the timeline that's a lot less controversial. Let's meet Mike.
Mike!
William's still...
Yeah, while peeing. Okay. What I do is I let the water go right through my... Let's not worry about the details, actually.
Wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it, but as a household of two suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the two of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time, though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer.
Thank you,
There were
Fire,
no
for
check-ins, no
joining the PC.
updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. Never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet, here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor.
That's huge. That is huge. Michael's dumb as fuck, no offense. Dad, why are there construction workers outside? No, it's the neighbors. What?
Plan of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger
Robert,
this
thank you for the
entire
membership.
time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for father, a failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly, the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too?
He knows his sister's dead, right? Does he not know how she died? Like, how brief did William keep this shit? Dude, she's fucking gone. I don't know where she is. All right.
Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself.
True,
Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring, expectantly. These were meant to be human. William was working down here trying to make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Hello in there.
Ew.
Is this the same person?
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
Why is he British? It doesn't make any fucking sense. I know I've been stuck on this, but it literally makes no sense at all. They have lived in America for the entirety of their lives. It doesn't make any damn sense. They're maybe homeschooled? Pause. Do you think homeschooled kids don't interact with other humans in America? We literally saw a scene where Mike was hanging out with his other friends. Do you know how much you would get fucking clowned if you were hanging out with your friends in America and you spoke in a British accent and you were from America? You would not have had friends. All right, back to it. It is a minor point, but it is pissing me off.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
You are in the scooping room now.
What the fuck is a scooping?
The scooper only hurts for a moment.
What's getting scooped?
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated, with a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul. William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was going to help the haunted tubes and wires of these animatronics escape, just not in the way that he anticipated. His sister had lied to him, another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next several months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with a tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple?
Yeah, that's fair.
Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift.
Dude, what? Yeah, there's this guy who's applying. He wants to be like a night guard. No, we did like a Zoom call. He's fucking purple, but I think it's fine. Like, what? What job are you getting hired without even like seeing anyone? I guess that's the least crazy part about this.
And all these old shuttered locations.
I didn't even think the place was open. How are they hiring?
Did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options.
All right, so they're hiring. It's not. Is it open or is it not open? That's what I can't tell.
Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook.
So it's not open. He's just a security guard to stop vandals for some reason.
There, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guard.
I'm just shocked that like they keep hiring the security guard who just commits arson and burns the place down, and then they're like, yeah, we got this new guy, and then the place burns down in a week again, and they're like, yeah, we got this new guy, and it's like, you know, obviously you got to suspend disbelief a bit. The logistics of it all are just throwing me off. I know he uses a different name. It just, you know, I would start to get suspicious when my second location catches on fire.
But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit, only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others.
The gold
one
bear.
that was
No,
more than just
Fred
a mere
Bear. Fred Bear.
phantom. The security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except, it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee. Restaurant ownership and management. Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No,
dude, it's crazy he's purple. I'm sorry. It's crazy he's like purple and like basically undying or like an undead. And he's just purple. And he's just like, yeah, I'm purple. I've been purple for like a decade and I've worked at like 8 different Freddy's. Like, he's just and he's got no bones. It's so weird.
Employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopeless. Father, the puppet, the robot spaghetti that had once violated his body, and
what a sentence. What a sentence. The robot spaghetti that violated his body. The fucking robot spaghetti. The Fazgoo. That's crazy. Okay. And they just showed up. Because I guess, okay. All right. What we found out, look, is that, like, although we're watching this story unfold from the perspective of the Aftons, there's presumably a different story being written from the perspective of the murdered children. And they still are stuck in these robotic bodies with some level of consciousness. So they have their own. That's why they're fucking always in this bitch. What I'm a little confused by is the security doll. Like, why does that thing have like a consciousness? Thank you, Matthew Jones, for being a member. Like, where is that? Why is that from? Is that should I not know yet? Oh, that's Charlie. I didn't think Charlie was put in anything. I thought Charlie's daughter or Henry's daughter was just killed outside and just left there.
and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you, although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that,
Ooh,
it was
what a
over.
bar.
The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting.
Oh, fucking William's just like persisting. They've burned down 2 restaurants now to kill him, and you're just like, you know what? I willed me to still be here. Like, what?
For him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been
Thank you,
reset.
Chips.
There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past
I'll watch
all
the speech,
focused on
Goopy.
him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own
So this is just a game, right? I'm assuming. So like sometimes I feel like, oh, that's lore. And then sometimes I feel like a game was made and you have to make it make sense in the lore. And this is one of those times where I feel like there was just a game called, I guess, Ultimate Custom Night, where William Afton is getting like especially fucked on by every single doll to ever be made. And then you have to like make that make sense in the lore. And I know it's both, but like it seems more clearly an explanation of the game as opposed to some other things. Not to say it doesn't make sense in the lore, but like the game is literally just there to fucking, yeah.
Personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up, once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed.
Cassidy.
William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his
Cassidy.
first true murder. No. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with.
Cassidy.
The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden
Cassidy.
bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But
So he always comes back because Cassidy wills it, because Cassidy wants perma revenge. Okay, great.
Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-locked suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a short...
Whoa.
His consciousness lay inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a shorter chunk, but an important...
Okay. Next final one. This is our final lore dump. Okay, all right. You know, before we watch the final lore dump, I'm actually going to take a quick break to watch Henry Emily speech.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth, if you still even remember that name. But I'm afraid you've been misinformed. You are not here to receive a gift, nor have you been called here by the individual you assume, although you have indeed been called. You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped.
I was just imagining being like, just like a motherfucker who lives in the town where Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria is like established, and then like every 5 years a new place is like in the news, like, yeah, new Freddy Fazbear opening up, and you're like, again? What? How do they keep opening this shit?
Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby. This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away.
So, Henry Emily made this place. He made the franchising thing because he wanted to end it all. It's unclear when I guess he learned about the existence of the Remnant when he went into the place and saw William Afton's bloody body inside of the Golden Bunny. I guess at that point he was like, oh, fuck. And then after another establishment was made and more death happened, he was like, oh, fuck, I got to stop this. Okay, that makes sense. He must be old as shit here then. He must be like 70 fucking years old.
As the agony of every tragedy should. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms, the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends, for all of us, in communication.
Just my fucking stream. Okay, all right. All right, back to it.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory.
Okay, I'm
and
here.
The final part of my FNAF timeline, where today we're bringing our story to a close by talking about the most complicated and controversial part of the timeline, the part that I've been dreading most of all, the end. The moment where we're finally forced to come to some definitive and difficult answers, trying to explain what the heck we were watching.
Are we at the end? Is that right? Is that real? Thank you, Lone Kaze, for the 21 months. I feel like this shit like Naruto can never end.
In Security Breach. The last two episodes have been about death. The death of Afton's family, the deaths of multiple children, the death of the franchise itself as Mike and Henry figuratively and literally burn it all down. Today's episode, though, and the current end of this franchise, is instead all about rebirth. The return of old characters in new forms, and the controversial rebirth of a franchise entering the next era of its story. But before we hop into the timeline, due to scheduling conflicts, I won't be able to have any live talkback after this episode. I know, I promised one, I was really excited about it, but I just couldn't make it work with my schedule and all the other guests' schedules. That said, I still do plan on doing one over the coming weeks with special guests.
Okay.
Just make sure that you're subscribed and
This
either
was
have
11
all
months ago.
notifications turned on, or you're just watching our community tab for the announcement as to when that's gonna happen. And now, without any further ado, we finally reach the end and a new beginning to our story.
Post-purple guy.
Fazbear Entertainment was dead.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid, all assets redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead. Henry was gone. A whole generation of young Emilys and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria, all of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone. Well, all except one.
Pay
William
your child
Afton.
support, you deadbeat! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in
Oh.
the early days, back when things with William were
Clara.
good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things...
Ethical reactor. Respectfully, Kalinka, I am friends with MatPat and he gave me permission. Okay? So you don't have to be so freaking, like, passive-aggressive. You can just say how you feel. You know, people will think you're cooler for it. I would, personally. Jeez.
To change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
I love The Weeknd. No.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship, and from there she largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past, a footnote in his history, and that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again. A time defined by...
This part's been mostly debunked. Thank you, Lena. I appreciate your insight. I will not watch it because of that. I will continue to watch it and then maybe look at new information. But in my opinion, better to be learning and then relearning than not learning at all.
By mistakes and broken promises. But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and sole living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen. The regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by
That's crazy, because William was actually the dumbest motherfucker early on. He was actually stupid as shit. He just liked bears. That was literally his whole character, is he liked bear. That he was actually the dumbest motherfucker till Henry Emily was like, yo, you can make a robot. And then he learned how to make a robot. And then he became kind of smart.
Obsession and pride. He was too jealous, too petty, too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something, collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place, they were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many ideas going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had stolen them away from her. With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually...
I love when the lore gets into the nitty gritty of corporations and how they're registered. An LLC, eh? No longer an S corp.
Family owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need Remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics all out there, all gathering remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas of all the original animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion. Chocolate Bonnies for Easter, Shamrock Freddy's for St. Patrick's Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
That's right. With the Fazbear Funtime service, you'll never be alone again. You'll always have someone watching your back.
Was it ridiculous? Absolutely. Was it a sellout?
He's in the universe?
No doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like, what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the remnant back to her.
How are they collecting the remnant? Via murder? So they're just murdering a bunch of people? Is she not like... I didn't think she was a psychopath, but all of a sudden she's a psychopath now?
Word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it.
Thank
no one
you, JD,
trusted
for the
the
upgrade.
Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party
Thank you,
quite
Gwen,
like
for
the
being a
threat
member.
of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before.
How do you
she
do
needed
that?
to win back the public's affections, reactivate
Misinformation
some nostalgia
campaign.
for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to
This is so
conceal
meta.
and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online, most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity, the right mix of desperate and doofus willing to say and do anything for a couple extra...
Is that the actual game dev? Did he put himself in the fucking game? He put himself in the fucking lore?
bucks, and he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes
this is
about
so
dead
meta.
kids at pizzerias.
can't.
Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children, a place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing in,
A Vegas
it was
casino.
finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal,
Casino.
literally rebuilding a family. March 2035.
2035? What is she, 100? Hold up. What? Her husband was born in the 30s. How fucking old is she? He must have married young.
First was obvious. The crying child, her little boy, the one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology, and so that's exactly what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts.
She knows how to make fucking robots now. Okay.
Shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. Williams' research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life. But it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history that there was no...
He died literally 50 years before then, in the 80s. Even if you put a spirit inside of him, he's going to come out and just start saying slurs. Like, how is it supposed to work? It doesn't make any damn sense. He's gonna see an iPhone and kill himself. I don't know. Just everyone in 2035 is gonna be like, whoa. Your kid is problematic.
Preserved memories for him. No documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him, forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder of their happier days. The family recreated. 2 brothers, a sister, a father, and the mother at the head of the table. Wow. The one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all of this to fruition. But his progress was admittedly slower than she would have liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple ones and zeros. Then rudimentary drawings and crude letters.
Yum.
But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties. All for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her,
his name's fucking Gregory?
She felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again. The plan was working. She had to keep going. Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him. In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true intentions were with the entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit, though, was not something she was prepared for. The rotting corpse of William Afton was disgusting. Scorched flesh fused into the fur lining. Hollow black sockets where eyes once were. A smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh. It was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one. Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come. And his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority. Maybe pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. She'd have to see if they had any spare Bonnie parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit.
The guy has to be mewing. Look at the jaw.
42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner. Someone who had backup plans to his backup plans. And sure enough, there it was. Buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. but she
Thank you,
needed
Al, for the
someone
5.
to test it.
Someone was
Casimir
definitely
for the 26.
here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back up and running, spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games,
Thank you,
to scan
TMD.
the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency.
Oh my god. It's too much. Alright. I just gotta fucking hunker down. I gotta hunker down, okay? It is getting messy is what I feel like right now. It's getting sloppy. It's getting very sloppy.
There was just one complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp that he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy. Afton's followers were reluctant, to say the least. But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs. Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had lived. And Clara wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth, but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection. Well, that, and it would be redundant and narratively unsatisfying to have 2 robot kids in the same family. What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use, and she was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill? Your dad didn't play fair, did he?
Oh,
He
she's
used to make
British.
your mum
Convenient,
look
because the
bad
children
in
are
court.
weirdly
He
British.
manipulated you. I know your mum after she lost the custody case. I was supposed to be a good girl.
She started as a QA tester at Silver Parasol Games, the VR game development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes with a fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except it wasn't just looks and personality. What really mattered was Vanessa's mind. Underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. Yes,
Jesus.
She would do nicely.
Okay.
She would be the
All right.
one to save dear old Daddy, just as the real Elizabeth would have wanted.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
While testing the VR game, William's digital
hate that line.
consciousness merged with Vanessa. Oh sure, she fought, fragmenting Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that, despite occasional moments of lucidity, had to obey. And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1 deal. She was getting a daughter back, while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation. She just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot.
Sorry, he was drawing fucking pizza going yum, and now he's a perfect hacker?
So Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse at the hands of the Anomaly, she then had the possessed Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLZ Shipping and the Fazbear Funtime service. More glitches, more Remnant, more Afton. But it was her last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be Chief Security Officer at the Pizzaplex. A true family tradition to don the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but when it comes directly from the CEO, does it really matter? Husband, son, daughter. A corpse, a robot, a human. All that was left was Michael. Poor
Mike.
Michael. The boy that killed her youngest. The one that would spend years trying to make his guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. While she knew she needed him to complete the family, something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had shifted when using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I have changed. My friends are here, but I can protect you. I am not me.
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy. She could feel it. And just like that, she'd won. She'd done it.
So she didn't do anything for Michael. She just kind of tripped into Michael by accident. Glamrock Freddy was just like kind of like Michael, and she's like, "Yo, wait, no, Michael's good. Actually, we don't have to do that one. We can skip it. Okay, that's great."
There's still some kinks to work out, some final brainwashing of Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William, but they were there. Finally, all together again under one roof.
So
the
cute.
Aftons reunited.
Yeah.
A happy ending. And that's how it could have ended. That's how it should have ended, had it not been for a few unanticipated developments.
No.
For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed. Puppet plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates, places that they had no earthly way of belonging. Staff bots with greasy tears down their eyes acting like they were being puppeteered by some sort of a nightmare. Even their sounds had the echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit of the past refused to move on. As long as her husband was around, it too would linger. Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it could be real. Then again, in a world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches...
Dude, the fire does nothing. The idea that fire somehow destroys Remnant is just dumb. It destroys Remnant if they want to go away, but they can also just be like, I ignore it, smile face, and then they just don't go away. No, sorry, I ignored it. I became a pile of wires, but now my wires have just actually gone into other bodies now. Sorry.
Was she to be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused to cross? After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry spirits, but it was the power cords that finally convinced her that
is the
something was wrong.
wires.
Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else.
Nah,
something
I'm gonna do my own
through the
thing.
building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard oozing through the walls, stealing pieces and parts of the old animatronics showcased in Rockstar Row. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed, one of positive emotions and the other created from anguish.
This shit actually went full Kingdom Hearts. There's nobodies in Heartless.
Oh, God. Anger, agony. Perhaps this thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history, a collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, it would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory should have been her biggest concern, that bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders, requests. She knew that he loved playing on the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage. Almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small boy. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him. But she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the nightmare puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics seated deep in Gregory's code, something had caused him to rebel. To rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built. Freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose. As her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time, she began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin. And there you have it.
Okay, alright, okay.
My friends, nearly a decade in the making, my FNAF timeline for where the franchise is here in 2023. The year of Fazbear Frights, by the way. As always, it wouldn't be right for me to finish without going over some of the more controversial takes that I...
Alright, okay, alright, okay. Wow, okay, alright. So, I pretty much understand it from William Afton's Depression-era inspiration, watching a bear for 50 cents, up until Michael, William Afton's son, burns himself in all the animatronics to free all their spirits, in part Henry Emily's final wish. I follow it to there. I can tell you everything that happened. This was confusing. So I think what might help is I want to first off, there's a couple things I want to fucking iron out. First off, what is the bite of 87?
So then why do they call it the Bite of 83?
Well, it's one of the most controversial topics in all FNAF. So the story follows
It's like a bro dude podcast, but they're talking about FNAF lore.
Evan. He's at a birthday party with his brother and his friends. At the birthday party, they had animatronics, but Evan would never make eye contact with them.
Oh, why?
Think about it. The animatronics tower over you. They're decayed and look lifeless. He was scared and his friends knew that. So, as a prank, they picked him up and told him he had to give the animatronic a kiss. He was kicking and screaming, so they put him in Fredbear's mouth. So because the animatronics are made out of spring locks, they went off, crushing Evan's head.
So Bite of 87 and Bite of 83 are the same.
No, they're different. People just think that because of Markiplier.
Was that the Bite of 87?
Either way, both have violent endings. The Bite of 87 follows a night guard named Jeremy. He watched the cameras and patrolled the pizzeria, but his boss warned him that the animatronics were becoming unstable.
But the characters have been acting very unusual, almost aggressive toward the staff.
Jeremy did not take it seriously, and this is where it gets controversial. He gets bit, literally cooked up by one of the animatronics and loses his frontal lobe. Everyone thinks it's Mangle because in his jump scare, he screams from the ceiling, biting from above. But it could also be Chica because in one of her voice lines, she talks about
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Hey guys, I think the little man said he wants to give Fredbear a big kiss. On 3, 1, 2.
Pause. Couple questions. Was there a thing known as the Bite of 87 at the time, or did he just make up that sentence? It was a thing from the first game. Did he know that this was in 1983? So everybody calls this bite in 1983 the Bite of 87 because Markiplier fucked it up. Okay. All right. The other thing that I'm curious about, I've always heard this as someone who's never looked into FNAF lore, that FNAF lore changed because MatPat correctly guessed the theory. I've always heard that this was a thing, but I don't know what he guessed and what changed. And I think this video covers it. The theory that changed everything. No, it's Dream Theory. FNAF Dream Theory. This one? Wow, 32 million views.
Today, we end the horror. Today, we solve FNAF. Hello Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where, after months of intensive therapy, I'm back to finally put the original FNAF tetralogy to rest. It's done. No more Halloween updates, no more FNAF 5 rumors, and no more fan. Suck on that, you multi-bladed propeller of air. So shortly after my last Freddy theory, I arranged a live stream with some fellow FNAFers to close the book on the series. And what
Are people who
happened
like
was
FNAF called
something that
FNAFers? Is that right? Is that a thing?
none of us expected.
We have internet.
We have it. We're back. No, not the stream issues. Scott started talking to us. Well, kinda. He kept updating his site, scottgames.com, with cryptic messages as to the true meaning of the game. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. In the FNAF 4 minigame, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? And finally, 4 games, 1 story. It was incredible! After a year of taking shots in the dark, finally we were, in a way, hearing back from the man who knew all the answers. Scott Cawthon, the creator, was reaching out from the shadows to give us, for pretty much the first time ever, concrete leads as to where to look. But what did these cryptic clues mean? In the moment, the best I could do was this.
Is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
But in the days that followed, those 3 clues led theorists on Reddit, Steam, and YouTube to completely throw out everything that they knew about the franchise. What if we were looking at the franchise all wrong? Instead of counting animatronic toes, calculating minimum wage rates, and tracking Purple Guy's work history, maybe we needed to take a step back. What if everything in FNAF was just a dream? That's right, a FNAF dream theory, that everything we play through in these games was created in the mind of the FNAF 4's crying child. It sounds like a cop-out, right? Like a lazy storytelling cliche.
It does.
Maybe, but stay with me. Even if you think you've heard parts of this theory before, you'll want to stick around. I've unearthed the clues that finally put our year and a half of FNAF speculating to rest.
But honestly, like, there's no way Scott or any writer would have written out and had the foresight to write out the lore of a series from the conception. The lore, much like the success of the franchise, is like evolving constantly, right? So you're just kind of like, I think both satisfying what is true to you and then what maybe the audience enjoys and some mixture of that. Not too dissimilar from what happens with George R.R. Martin in Game of Thrones and what happens with One Piece. You know? I don't think One Piece, I guess maybe One Piece, like, there's some concrete stuff right now, but I think there's probably some adaptations that have been made. I'm betting. I don't know. I'm betting. And so I feel like when you first start a game, you definitely don't think it'll be as big as FNAF became. You might, as you keep adapting it, be like, oh, it was all a fucking dream. Like, that definitely has crossed his mind. It's definitely crossed the dude's mind. I believe that.
Of the 3 clues Scott gave us that day, the most damning one was the last one. Why would tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? What? In the FNAF 4 minigame, you can talk to a small girl on the playground with toy versions of Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, but her beak is missing? During the stream, we were all like, Scott, please. But when we looked, sure enough, there it was. A few orange pixels laying on the ground. What? Seriously? This was the crucial detail all of us had missed. And yet, for as absurd as it may sound, those 5 pixels changed everything, upending a year worth of theorizing. Because that missing beak directly parallels FNAF 2's new version of Chica, who loses her beak when she goes on the attack. It was something we all had written off as a graphical glitch or a design choice, not as a clue to the meaning of the entire series. And yet, here it was from the creator's mouth. And that is when it started to click. FNAF 2's shiny new animatronics. What are they called? Toy animatronics.
Yeah.
And that's not just a cute name the community came up with, like Freddles. It's right there in the custom night menu. It's canon. That's a strange name for a bunch of robots, right? Unless it's meant to be taken literally, and then they're all just a bunch of oh my god. What if they are toys, and this is all just a dream scenario inspired by these little guys? Well, let's keep going with this toy clue. I mean, obviously, the toy animatronics are shiny, plastic-looking fake, just like a small plastic action figure would be. But it explains a bigger question about FNAF 2, the look and design of Mangle. I mean, seriously, the story we're told to believe in this game is pretty absurd. That kids just rip it apart and put it back together again, and so the employees just leave it as a mangled collection of parts for small children to play with. What parents would ever be comfortable letting little Timmy touch that thing? Oh, and here's a cute thing for you to play with. Oh my gosh! Who could have seen that coming? But if we assume FNAF 2 is in the mind of a child who has seen all these toys, Mangle makes a whole lot more sense. He's just a dismantled toy. Think about Sid from Toy Story, who fuses various toys together to create hideous abominations. This explains Mangle's 2 heads. I don't care how much you redesign Foxy, no one planned him to have 2 heads. In fact, note that Mangle appears in a girl's room. An insignificant detail? I don't think so.
No.
The Chica Beak shows that this girl's toys fall apart, just like Mangle, the tear-apart, put-back-together toy. And toys explain FNAF 1, too. The crying child of FNAF 4 has 4 plushies in his room. The crew from FNAF 1. Plushies, as in soft, stuffed animals. What are the original 4 animatronics made out of? Soft materials. Fur and fabric, not plastic like the toys. So much so that the one thing that we hear about them throughout the series is that these old animatronics collect odors and never get washed, just like an overused and overloved stuffed animal. But the parallels don't stop there. Why is Foxy out of order in FNAF 1? Well, the plushie he's based on is missing its head. How about Foxy's jump scare popping in abruptly from behind a wall? It's awfully similar to the way the brother scares the crying child throughout FNAF 4. In his Foxy mask, no less. And how's Golden Freddy fit into this? Well, in the hidden FNAF 4 Easter egg, we see on the TV that the show Fredbear and Friends features the Golden Fredbear alongside the core 4 of Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica.
But no
That's
rabbit.
your cast from the
No
first
bunny.
game. The dream of FNAF 1 was inspired by this show and the plushies, hence it not containing any of the other animatronics. Even the fact that the child doesn't have a Golden Freddy plush, and that instead he has his imaginary friend, psychic friend Fredbear, who appears and disappears at will, directly references Golden Freddy's ghostly behavior in FNAF 1 and 2. In fact, every game, design detail, and animatronic can be explained under this theory. The recurring elements of the phone and the fan, right there from some of his favorite toys. The fact that no one in their right mind would work in a place like this? Dream. Firing an employee for something like odor? It's a child's imagination of what employment is like. How about the weird metaphysical hoops that you have to jump through to access FNAF 3's minigames? Well, dreams have weird rules where dialing codes into cinder blocks makes
That's a stretch.
perfect sense. FNAF 3's Springtrap is directly inspired by the girl in her golden body finger puppet that pinches and traps her finger. The idea that the animatronics stuff you into suits comes from this girl spreading the urban legend that if you die, they hide your body and never tell. The naked endoskeletons come from his time trapped in the supply room. Balloon Boy is the dream version of this kid, excited to go to the birthday party. They even have a single balloon each. Even the oddballs of Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie fit under this theory. They're the product of the crying child being freaked out by the shadows that Golden Freddy and Bonnie cast onto the wall. And while we're on the subject of shadows, Dream Theory even rolls up the purple guy. Let's pull in Scott's second clue. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. Yes, he could be referencing the shadow animatronics, which are literal shadows, but what he's more likely referencing is Purple Guy helping a fellow employee put on the yellow suit. They're in a dark, shadowy room, and what the kid sees, or what he thinks he sees, is someone getting violently stuffed into a suit when it's just a mascot putting on its head. Think about how traumatic it'd be if you were a kid and you were at Disneyland and then saw Mickey Mouse
Okay, that's a stretch.
suddenly take off
Sure.
its head. It would blow your mind.
I mean, it is true that they do make the characters go behind secret closed doors and alleyways to avoid that.
But we all know that there's no murder happening. It's just employees going about the daily grind. In fact, that's why Purple Guy is purple. In the Atari-style games, shadows are represented not with black, but with purple, as indicated by the shadows cast by the animatronics on stage. That's why Shadow Freddy, Shadow Bonnie, and even the innocent employee in the dark back room, the shadowy purple guy, are such an unusual color. Still skeptical? So was I.
Yeah.
Sure, it answers a lot.
Wait, they don't even know that Purple Guy's William Afton at this time? I gotta pee. I gotta pee again. Okay. I'm back. Guys, I know I'm peeing a lot, but my throat still hurts, so I need to hydrate. So I'm drinking like a shit ton of water. Otherwise, my throat hurts if I don't hydrate enough.
Smooths out the timeline, but there was still one piece of the puzzle that was missing. One thing that was nagging me. It still felt like a convenient explanation, but not an intentional one. Not something that Scott had planned for the series. All I needed was just that one detail that made everything fit together. But then, while writing this script, it finally dawned on me. The nail in the coffin. The one piece of evidence that no one can deny and that, to my knowledge, no one has talked about in the months of theorizing. The detail that convinced me this theory has to be true. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Listen to the sound that you hear at the end of every night of the first 3 games.
Like a church bell?
A grandfather clock, chiming the
a
same
grandfather
song
clock.
every time. Why would the end of my shift in an office be signaled by a grandfather clock chime? It wouldn't, unless I was asleep, dreaming in my house with a grandfather clock right outside my room. Just like the layout of the crying child's house we see in the FNAF 4 minigames. 6 o'clock a.m., time to get up. But now let's look at FNAF 4. How does each night end there? A beeping alarm clock. Why? Because we're no longer in the crying child's house. We're in a hospital, trying to recover from being bitten. Hence the pills, IV, and flower Easter eggs. No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended. My heart is racing right now. I'm so excited about sharing this with you. It feels like finding the Rosetta Stone, the one detail that unlocks everything else in this huge mystery we've been trying to solve. But at the same time, it's bittersweet, right? Remember what I said at the beginning of the episode? It sounds like a cop-out, right? Like a lazy storytelling cliche. How many of you agreed with that? If you're honest with yourself, I bet a lot of you. You'll notice
because
across
of
my
Lost.
videos, I don't cover dream and coma theories very often for exactly that reason. They're too easy, too flexible. Because it's all a dream, weird stuff can be written off. Logical errors overlooked simply because it's not actually real. In the theory world, they're OP. They're hard to argue against and can be molded to fit any random collection of details. And for a game like FNAF, where us theorists have spent thousands of hours combing through all the details, making and remaking timelines, bending over backwards to make every last piece of information fit together across the 4 games, it was just a dream reveal invalidates all of that work. It says that none of it really mattered since none of it really happened, and Scott knows this. Let's look at a quote from Scott in his update on Steam regarding the Halloween DLC for FNAF 4. Quote, "The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever." End quote. To me, the key phrase here is, would the community accept it that way? He knows that it's all a dream.
Wait, they made a fucking box? Like the movie 7? There was a box.
Explanation would fail to live up to our astronomical expectations. It's underwhelming. What about the puppet? What about the oddly specific detail of the paychecks? How about Scott confirming on Steam that my FNAF 2 theory was almost 100% correct? It's this Will the community accept a quote that makes me think Scott intended the dream theory to be official, but also understands that ever revealing it would be a huge mistake, hence him keeping it locked in the box? I mean, you can already see it in the comment threads discussing earlier versions of the dream theory. People enraged by the sheer mention of this thing. Heck, you'll probably see it in this comment section. But it doesn't have to be that way. Sure, the nights themselves may be a series of dreams, but the lore contained within those dreams doesn't have to be meaningless. In fact, it's not. Think about it. The urban legends the kids are sharing had to start somewhere. That crying child clearly saw something that made him scared of these restaurants. And then how do the Atari games fit in? Are they just dreams within dreams? They're not. In researching this episode, I not only found the clues that solidify the dream theory, but also the missing links that we've all been overlooking in putting the FNAF timeline together. Scott's final clue about 4 games, 1 story may be a reference to a crying child's nightmares and eventual death in the hospital, but it can also be referencing the story of the game's primary struggle, the puppet and the purple guy. And next week, we're covering that on an all-new Game Theory Saturday the 19th at 3 o'clock p.m.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let me... So that is his most viewed video. About FNAF. Well, I guess this one is. What's the... He made one recently, right? Oh, fuck. Should I even care about the movie? Should I even try to look at the movie? Or should I just not even? God, he makes so many videos about this shit.
We are not eating.
Well, that's no fun. You do realize that lunch is the most important meal of the day.
Thought it was breakfast.
Some people say that, but you know, it's just a theory.
Are you being paid by the word, or could we have a minute? Thank you. Where were we?
Classic. He said the thing. Classic. Is Markiplier in the movie? And he goes, "The bite of 87!" Okay. So I feel like I have a general idea. Maybe the last video that's worth watching is this video MatPat made about why people hate his theories. Because I'm sure it would be poignant to some counter arguments made.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today we're going to be doing what we do on a lot of these days, talking about FNAF, but a little mix-up today. We're doing it on the couch. And let me tell you, have I got a theory for you. It is a theory that you are absolutely guaranteed to hate. Get your pitchforks ready, my friends. I am prepared to get dragged all across Twitter and Reddit for this one. But then again, honestly, that's kind of to be expected at this point, because that's largely been the response to a lot of our FNAF theories lately. Any theory that I release at this point starts with this massive wave of comments like, Matt's theorizing has gone downhill at this point. His latest FNAF...
Is this just meta? More than it is poignant about FNAF?
Take the Myers-Briggs personality test. Now...
Okay.
I just handed out, I think we can all agree that this part of the timeline was always going to be the hardest. So let me just break down some of the major points. First of all, the biggest swing of this episode, and obviously the one that everything else rests upon, Mrs. Afton being the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment.
Fucking... Jesus Christ.
So as host of Game Theory, I've been teaching through video games since 2011. But what about just teaching video games? Us older gamers were fortunate enough to start playing games
Come get your candy here, candy. Now I will tell you a story. A story about an end and a beginning and an end. There once was a boy covered in scars. He was so ashamed of his scars, he refused to look in a mirror. This lasted for so long. He eventually forgot they were ever there. Years passed until one day, this boy would come to the edge of a dark.
Over and over again is what makes you so special.
Okay. Here's. Does anyone think that they're just fucking making up lore at this point to keep the franchise going? And I don't mean to say that distastefully. But when things don't have a concrete end in sight, they just need to persist. That's any game's lore. Some games are written with the end in mind, and some games aren't. And if they aren't, then they just need to persist. And so I feel like what supersedes any lore is the need for it to survive. Or sometimes games break it up into sections. Like you would have the Afton era, and then you'd have like the new generation. I guess something comparable is like Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Or like even Kingdom Hearts, they had the fuck's his name? Not Xemnas. Who's the villain? They had the villain arc. And then that ended, and now all new Kingdom Hearts is meant to be different. Xehanort. The Xehanort saga. Okay, all right. Let me try to collect my thoughts so I can fucking go to MatPat. So here's what I understand. After absorbing 3 hours of FNAF lore, here's what I understand. There is a man who's purple. Okay. Who really likes bear. Okay. He's actually not. Is he even purple at this time? He is purple still, right? There is a man. I guess there's a boy. You're right. There's a boy whose family in the Depression is broke as shit, and to entertain the kids and pay for meals, they go to this show that features a trained bear and also feeds them. That costs 50 cents. And this boy's name is Billy. He grows up being so inspired by that he creates his own establishment using a bear called Fred Bear something or other. And that place uses costumes that humans wear to entertain guests while also serving food. Okay? Another dude named Henry sees this and then goes, oh, I can do that, but I'm actually also good at making robots. So I'm not going to make people wear costumes. I'm going to make animatronics like Chuck E. Cheese, and I'm going to call it Chica's fucking Playhouse or some shit. And then he makes this place. All right? Purple dude sees that. He gets really fucking mad about it. He's seething. Fredbear's goes under. Chica's is going up. It's all green. We're making money. Okay? And then Fredbear's eventually goes out of fucking business. Then Henry, seeing this go out of business, is like, dude, what if I just give you fucking buku dollars to get you out of bankruptcy, and then, you know, we become business partners and we start a new place together. I'll get rid of my place. We'll make a new place together. I'll even give you the naming rights. We'll call it Fredbear's fucking Diner. Right? And we'll make this shit together. Henry plus William. And then William's like, damn right, I'm fucking down for this, but secretly is seething and really upset. Good for them, though, is it becomes so successful that it spawns a second establishment called Freddy's Fazbear Pizza and a cartoon. A cartoon, and this is in the 80s. They both have a family. Henry's got 3 kids, or excuse me, William's got 3 kids. Henry at least has a daughter that we know of. And around this time, because Henry's getting all the credit and the praise, William becomes a bit jealous and really sinks himself into work and tries to take the fast course on how to make a robot because he wants to make a robot like Henry. And so because he's neglecting his kids, but he's still a controlling parent, he sets up cameras to watch his children and has his eldest son, Michael, watch his youngest son, whose name is either Greg or Evan or whatever. His eldest son does a poor job at it. And so his eldest son eventually, on the birthday of the crying child, sets up a nice little prank where him and his friends will get him close to one of the animatronics that the young kid is scared of, and it fucking chomps the kid's head, and then the kid fucking dies. The bite of 87. Okay? That's the bite of 87. But it happened in 83. Okay. William is still too busy working to go to his kid's hospital bed, but through a doll that he uses to watch over his kid, said, I will repair you. I will fix you. It's the bite of 83. It's the bite of 87 according to Markiplier, and he is God. He says, I will fix you. I will try to fix you. All right? Fucking, he says, I will fix you. And by I will fix you, he actually means I'm going to throw myself more into my work, and I am going to start drinking at a bar. And so he starts drinking at a bar, and he gets a little too drunk one night, and he gets kicked out of the bar, and then he goes to his business, and he sees the daughter of his business partner, Henry Emily's daughter outside, and he fucking murders her. He fucking kills the fucking daughter. And he enjoyed that. He liked doing the murder. And so, using his bunny costume, what's the bunny called again? Using the bunny costume, he wears the bunny costume and he starts doing a little bit more murder. And he murders 5 kids, the most important of which is the final kid named Cassidy. Cassidy, who he murdered a little too hard. He murdered her ass too damn hard. And because he murdered her so hard, police found out about it. And they couldn't convict him because he wore a mask, and that's all that you fucking need, apparently, in the 80s and 90s. So he's never convicted, but it made them shut down Fredbear's fucking diner, Fredbear's Family Diner. So they still had Freddy's Fazbear Pizza, and he gets a little horny again one day for murder. And so he goes over to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and what does he do? 5 more murders. I actually don't even know if that happened at... I think at this point he was kicked out of the business. I think he was kicked out of the business by Henry Emily, and he just shows up, and he just does fucking raw murder. He just does, like, straight up raw murder. And he shoves the bodies. Fuck, he shoved all the bodies into animatronics. Yes. He gets a job as a security guard and then gets into the costume and does the murders. Yeah. Because he doesn't want the business to run without him. He does 5 more murders. And then at this point, they shut it down because they're like, there are way too many murders. We should just go to a different restaurant because this is just not going to do. So he goes to the abandoned place. Which which is, I believe, Fredbear's family diner. He goes here, and then he starts noticing that, because he noticed here when he did these murders that some of the animatronics were acting weird. So he goes to the abandoned place because he starts to think like, oh shit, maybe these things are coming to life to some degree. And he finds out that yes, they are. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he made the fucking... That's what he did. He made the circus first. First, he made the circus. Yes, he made the fucking circus. And then his daughter died. I forgot about fucking his daughter. Oh, my God. So he makes the circus. His daughter gets murdered. But then he realizes that, oh, shit, even though she got murdered, maybe her soul continued through this creature or this animatronic. Then he goes to the abandoned place, I think, right? Then he goes to Fredbear's Diner, and he's like, wait, because my daughter got absorbed, maybe other people are getting absorbed too? And then there, he gets confronted by the ghosts of the people he murdered. And so to get power over the situation, he throws on the fucking bunny costume to scare them because that's how he killed them. But he fucks up and it snaps his fucking skull and the metals and wires start sucking him good until he himself becomes a possessed animatronic. And the security guard sees it, a bunch of blood and a bunch of fucking shit all over everywhere, and he calls the owner. And then Henry Emily shows up, and he's like, oh, nothing to see here. Hey, guys, never go to this place ever. And then 30 fucking years pass. What I don't get is when did he create... I guess it must have been the same time as the circus that he created the animatronic dolls that torment and follow his son. Right? That's before the circus? They weren't hallucinations, right? The Fosgoo, I don't know the difference between Fosgoo and Remnant. Fosgoo versus Remnant. Is there a difference? Fosgoo isn't real, Remnant is. Okay. All right. Okay. I feel good. I need to hop on a call with MatPat. It's time. Thank you the $10 beans. This is some Kingdom Hearts level of sure that sounds good lore. It is as convoluted. Yo, are you free per chance? And do you have a Discord? Okay. Thank you the 25 months. Rate 'em. Thank you, Bodo Gaming. Bodu Gaming. Or Bodo. I feel kind of stressed out here. Rye Toast is here. Fosgoo is silly from the books. Remnant is possessed metal that's melted down. Rye Toast is a FNAFer, right? Co-canon, think of the 26 months. Remnant is what he discovered when he... Was it in the circus that he melted it down? Was it in the circus? When did he do the melting down again? Is MatPat here? Or are you just spamming MatPat? Camper, thank you very much for the joining our upgrading. Okay, I need a sheet here because I'm trying to condense this as much as possible while still being somewhat accurate to what I've learned. So let me just write a couple notes. So it's Billy like bear. William makes bear suit restaurant. Henry Emily makes robot animal restaurant. William jealous, business fails. Henry buys him out. They're partners. Oh, fuck, dude. Fuck, this is so much, man. This is so much. Schmolcat, thank you the prime. Appreciate it. Okay. Buys him out. They become partners. Makes Bunny. Okay, makes them out. They're partners. Okay, after they become partners, business good, new chain plus TV show. William jealous, works hard to learn robotics. Spies on kids. Eldest son, bad. What do you call that shit? Not a guardian, babysitter. Youngest son dies. Bite of 87 in 83. William revenge by killing Charlie. William likes killing, does a few more. 1, 2, does a few more. Okay, okay, I don't need, like the Cassidy stuff I can just remember. And then fucking, and then, okay, and then he does a few more killings, and then place shuts down. Henry kicks him out. William goes undercover boss for murder. Place shuts down again. But interesting surprise with the animatronics. Makes secret circus place to test. Daughter gets lit up. He discovers remnant and is pogging. Ghosts confront him. He dies. Kinda. His son been getting terrorized. Discovers his dad's work. Tries to undo it. Gets fucked up by animatronics. Becomes purple. Gets jobs as security guard to burn down every establishment. Finally burns down a new place made by Henry to end the chapter once and for all. Or is it? The answer is no. But I'm done here. Okay. He does get scoops. Scooped. Scooped is a better term. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I feel good. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to be a pro. I won't pretend I'm a pro, but I'm trying to get as much info as I can in the time that I've learned. Do a FNAF quiz. Five Nights at Freddy's trivia. Who is the purple guy? William Afton? What was the bite of 83? Evan Afton getting his head crushed by Fredbear? Who were the first two animatronics? Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Who got trapped inside Circus Baby? It was Elizabeth Afton. At what age did Charlie die in the games? Charlie, 3. Who is Springtrap? Springtrap is William Afton. Are Vanessa and Vanny the same person? This is a little above my pay grade. I'm going to go no. Fuck. What object is the original Chica holding? I think it's a cupcake. Yep. Glamrock Chica loves pizza. What character do you play as in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach? It's got to be Gregory? No. Evan? Fuck. I don't know. Gregory. Yeah. Okay, yeah, the character. Yeah. Whose body part does Roxanne lose in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach? What body part does Roxanne lose? Her eyes? What body part does Chica lose? Her mouth? What was the first FNAF location? Fredbear's Family Diner? No! No! Oh. I thought they were asking what was the first place William Afton created. The wording was confusing. I guess the game did take place at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But the first location created was Fredbear's Family Diner. So, you know. Why was the puppet made? To protect Charlie. How many kids did Purple Guy kill on the first murder spree? 5. Where did the Purple Guy hide the kids' bodies? In the animatronic suits. Like, come on. That wasn't bad, man. That was pretty freaking good, dude. If I took that quiz, I should have taken it at the start of today. I would have gotten deadass 2 right. I would have gotten Chica holding a cupcake. And I honestly probably would have got the question I got wrong about Fazbear's Pizza correct. Because I wouldn't have known about the Family Diner. All right, let's see if I can do this one. What the fuck? Oh, no, there's no way. Name the characters. William Afton. Gregory. Chica. Fazbear. Fazbear. Bear. Golden Bear. Gold Bear. Gold Bear. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not getting that. I don't need to pretend I'm gonna get it. I'm not getting that. I don't know the characters per se. Which FNAF character are you? If you were a haunted animatronic, what word do you think others would use to describe you? I would probably be boastful. I would probably brag about how cool of an animatronic I am. Which of the following do you think is the most essential in surviving FNAF? I think it comes down to nerves. How do you become a FNAF animatronic? I was stuffed into a suit. I was murdered. If you played a part in FNAF Five Nights at Freddy's band, which part would you play? I would probably just be lead singer. Do you think you could survive Five Nights at Freddy's in real life? Yes. Yes, I would simply beat the animatronics with my fists. Which of the canonical FNAF objects do you feel most drawn to? It's got to be the bow tie. Life as a FNAF animatronic would be boring if there wasn't at least a little joy in it. Which of the following would make words make you feel the most joyful? Food. Which role in the friend group do you believe you'd play if you're a FNAF character? I would be the leader. Please, thank you. The television in Night Guard's room is broken, and you have the following movie inside on VHS. Which movie are you going to watch? Give me Ratatouille. Which, when you finally get a night off from trying to kill the FNAF Night Guard, what hobby or activity would you most like to do? Give me a blunt in some video games. William Afton is a primary reason Five Nights at Freddy's exists. How do you feel about him? I think he's a monster. Which of the non-canonical, personality-based FNAF objects do you feel the most drawn to? Kane, I'm old. Despite generally dark backgrounds and poor lighting, every Five Nights at Freddy's character has a distinct color scheme to their outfits. Which do you like best? I like that purple, pink, and red. The Five Nights at Freddy franchise triggers nearly all major phobias at one point or another. Which of the following are you the most afraid of? I think surveillance. You've probably played Five Nights at Freddy's more times than you can count. So your opinion matters. Which of the following animatronics do you think you're the most like? I feel like I got Chica vibes because I'm kind of a bad bitch. If you were caught in Five Nights at Freddy's, which type of animatronic suit do you think you'd be stuffed in? It had to be something big. I'm damn near 200 pounds. Probably a bear. Which of the following television shows do you think you'd watch to pass the time while trapped in the Night Guard's room? Hell's Kitchen. Which of the following FNAF quotes best represent something you'd say as a murderous haunted animatronic? Keep your eye on your pizza, because I'm a bird who likes to eat. Which of the following FNAF character is... who's your favorite FNAF character from Freddy in Space? I don't like any of them. What word would you use to describe yourself if you were one of the Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics? Confident. This is the longest quiz I've ever taken in my life. Which FNAF video game or minigame is your favorite? I am a Five Nights at Freddy's 1 enjoyer. It's the only one I've played. Okay, MatPat replied. So I'm going to add him. Which of the following would you most like to share with your fellow FNAF animatronics? I don't share food. Which of the following is your favorite Five Nights at Freddy's sister location animatronic? You know what? I'm a circus baby fanatic. Wow, still more questions. Let's say there's a brand new FNAF about to be released, and this one is Halloween based. Which costume do you wear? Giant baby. I would love to play in the pizzeria. Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, the OG. Still going. Give me instrumentals. I would like You Can't Hide to play. FNAF backstory. My FNAF backstory would be theoretical. It would be fake. A new FNAF guard starts. How do you feel? I'm curious. Okay. Okay, come on. Now what game do I like best here? Guitar Hero, sure. Chica! I take a 50-question quiz and they give me the character that I just said I like the best. Whatever. Chica's, I think, the best answer. It's just that I put so much work for that. Okay, Matt has answered us. Okay, this is great. This is great. Okay, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, fuck. This is going to be nerve-wracking. This is going to be nerve-wracking. Ready? Okay. Hello, Internet. Hello, Internet. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Chill. Everyone fucking relax. All right. Oh my God. I actually feel like the pressure I feel before taking a test. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Because this guy's heard everything, right? Like, he's heard everything. He's dedicated damn near a decade of his life to this game. And I'm here for 3 hours pretending like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It's just so presumptuous of me, which is like my thing. But, you know, stressful now. Imagine you didn't know what the sport of football was or how to play it, and then you had a call with Tom Brady. And you're like, so Tom, there's offense and defense. And at some point you kissed your kid? And then Tom's like, what? What do we... I hope I make him proud, is all. Okay, I've told him. Okay, he's ready. He's ready. Pinned comment. Pretty good for a virgin. Okay, that's hurtful. Germinator617, thank you for the membership. Appreciate everybody who became a member today. Quite a few of you. Hundreds of you. I appreciate that. Your dollar patronage, or if you're part of the Parasocial Club, which starts tomorrow. I appreciate it as well. I'm not going to tell him to say the line. He's already going out of his way to make some time for me. Say the line, Matt. Like, come on. Can we be adults? Why not? Because it's cringe. What do you mean? Because I have a little more fucking social brain than you guys. No offense. Mensch, thank you for being a love bud. Look, I'll never forget, dude. This one time I was in a Minecraft server. I think it was like OTV's Minecraft server or some shit. And I'm like next to Ryan Higa, and there's a couple people harassing him. And I'm not trying to fucking flame anyone, so I'm not gonna say who. But there's a couple people harassing him, and they keep walking around him, and they go, "Nice guys, finish last." And I wanted to like disappear from cringe. It was miserable. And it was like, yeah, sure, that's the thing he's known for. We can move on now. Arcadian, thank you for upgrading to the Parasocial Club. Appreciate it. Condensed Milk, Kelly Ramirez. Appreciate it. Kelly with the 10 gifted. Shit. Thank you for the upgrade, CJ. So anyway, that's not me. It's not who I am. You know? You want to hear it, just watch a damn video. Sean Hit, Aaron, Paul, Gemmin, Brogan, thank you for becoming members. Okay, he's ready. Oh my God, okay. Okay, fuck. Okay, all right, fuck. Okay, wait, chill. Okay. Okay, fuck. All right. Okay. Whew, I've been working on this. Been working on this for weeks. Oh, hello?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How about you, man?
I'm stressed out.
Are you? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
I feel like I've been cramming for a test, and now I'm hoping you give me a grade. And I want to do well, but I want it to be earned.
I was gonna say, what's my role in this? Am I your tutor? Am I your teacher? Am I your TA?
You have no responsibility of teaching me because you've already taught so many through your videos. Your job is purely to grade me.
Oh, okay. I will do my best to grade you then. Good luck.
And you can be as honest as you want. I'm going to try to be brief, okay, and concise. But I want to clarify. I've played Five Nights at Freddy's once in my life. I knew none of the lore going into today.
Yep.
And I watched just a shit ton of your videos.
I am so sorry about that, but I appreciate it. Thank you for the watch time.
And I basically had to learn, sometimes unlearn, and then relearn things to learn about the lore.
That's true. Wait, are you only using me as your resource?
Yes, I only used you as my resource.
Ooh, okay. That's a dangerous prospect, my friend, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you gave me the permission. I didn't want to like steal other people's videos. So I appreciate you giving me the permission.
Yeah, no worries. My pleasure,
Okay.
man.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna dive into it.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. How? Okay. Here's the question I have.
Okay.
Are you going to go through it from a timeline perspective in an order of events, or are you going to go game by game?
I'm gonna give you the entire FNAF lore based on a chronological timeline from the 30s until 2035.
Wow. Okay. That sounds great. I love it. And then should I guide you along the way, or am I just like a neutral party in all of this and I grade you at the end? How would you like me to participate here?
I would love if you saved your main criticisms and concerns for the end, but if you could make noises along the way, if I'm really far off or really spot on, that would help and hurt me.
Yeah, sure. I will make noises and I'll leave it up to you to interpret.
Okay. All right. And bear in mind, look, I think at its core, you could just refute this right now, but I think at its core, the FNAF lore is something that needs to continue as long as new FNAF things are being made.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
so
I would agree with that.
It's an evolving thing, right? It's not like a static thing that was made at one point and we are seeing through all the way.
Yes, and I think to your credit, I mean, you already understand the thesis of it, right? Which is FNAF lore is an entity that has changed, I would say, probably 3 solid times over the course of the franchise's history. So you at this point, you could probably say mostly anything, and there's a chance that you're right at some point.
Actually, wait, before we start, and I'm just going to ask you this because I really have been wondering this, because all I knew about FNAF before this was Chica, a lot of people found hot. It's a scary game where you press button and you're a security guard. That's all I knew. And then the only other piece of info I knew is that you had correctly guessed the lore years ago, and then the creator of the game, Scott, changed what the lore was and retconned it because you had guessed it correctly. Is that true?
So it is the first half of that is absolutely right. The fact that I had guessed the lore early on and that I, in his words, had gotten most of it correct. Everything after that, he has kind of been tight-lipped about. It is speculated that I got. I don't want to give you too many clues, but that I got a portion of it right through FNAF 4, and that I have gotten portions of it right since then. It's unconfirmed that he changed up because of me getting things right or anything like that. I think that's just the nature of the beast. That it's it's like you said, it's an ever-evolving thing. And he likes to keep people on his toes.
Okay. All right. Yes, this is, and I've looked up a bit of dream theory, but I don't know. I'll just jump into it.
And also, we're not talking about book lore or movie lore. We're specifically focused on game lore, right? Because there are 3 different beasts. Okay,
yeah,
great.
Mainly games 1 through 6, I think.
Sure. Oh, games 1 through. Oh, that's like core. That's peak. That's peak FNAF.
I'm here for peak, baby. That's all I care about.
I would expect nothing less from you. Great.
Okay, all right, Matt, I'm just going to jump into it. Ready?
All right, hop in, and I'll start grunting and groaning to guide your way.
This is the entirety of FNAF lore from me, Ludwig, a guy who learned about FNAF today. And it all starts with a boy named Billy in the Depression era in the 30s who liked Bear because there was one Bear show in specific where his family could pay 50 cents to watch Bear entertain them while eating food. And that was important in the Depression. And that really changed Billy, who grew up to be William, the parent name of Billy. And William liked Bear so much that he decided to make a bear suit restaurant. Because he liked the bear so much, but he didn't know how to find a bear. So he made bear suits that humans would go in. And then, he found that a bit derivative because all he did was make a bear and make it gold. He decided to also make Bunny, and he's really proud of the bunny he made. And then somebody else sees that. They yoink it. They twist it a bit. And that guy's name is Henry Emily, who makes a robot animal restaurant. And that shit pops off. Everybody in town wants to go to robot animal restaurant because the robots are so sick and also swag. And William
swaggiest.
gets a bit jealous.
Swaggiest of boss. Yeah.
They're the swaggiest, and William gets a bit jealous. He does, and his business fails. So Henry helps him get out of bankruptcy, and they become business partners, which on the surface would seem good, but William was still a bit of a jealous a-hole throughout all of this and held on to that resentment. But business is booming. They make a place. All right. Henry even gives him the naming rights. It's called Fred Bear's Family Diner. Goes great. They even make a second place called Fozzie Bear's Pizzeria. They make a freaking cartoon show. Business is booming so much. And at this point, William's like, I got to put my pedal to the metal. I want to catch up to my business partner and my rival. I want to learn how to make a robot. Throws himself at his work, okay? So much so that his 3 children, 2 sons, 1 daughter, are getting neglected. So to keep up, he has like these little spy cameras he sets up to keep track of them, and he lets his eldest son take care of his youngest son. And his eldest son, Michael, not so good of a babysitter, just not one of the best babysitters around, And one time on his youngest son's birthday, whose name could perhaps be like Steve or Gregory or something else, one time on his birthday, he sets up a little prank with his friends where he brings the youngest son close to an animatronic, and his youngest son's scared of the animatronics. And what happens when they put him so close to him, even around the mouth of it, the spring trap fucking boom, and he dies. And that's the bite of 87, which happened
that sucks.
It happens in 1983, but it was the bite of 87 according to Markiplier.
Correct.
And because of that, William Afton was distraught. And instead of visiting his child because he was so distraught on his deathbed, instead he said through a plush bear, I will fix you. And blames Henry Emily. And he buries his kid near a bar, and he starts going to the bar, and they're like, you're going to our bar too much. You got to leave. So he gets really fucking piss drunk. And he's like, Henry Emily killed my son and took my business. And he goes to their pizzeria, and he notices Henry Emily's daughter outside, little old Charles Emily, getting taunted by a few kids, and has this fucking urge and murders her. And he leaves and he goes home, and this murder is found out, and Henry Emily suspects William, but doesn't do anything about it for some reason, which is weird. And the police aren't able to find anybody. And but William is like, oh, dude, you know what? I actually think I kind of fucking like murder. So he at the pizzeria decides to do a little more murder, and he disguises himself by luring kids in with a bunny suit, the one that he made, to back room to murder them. And it's actually going really good. He's doing the murder great until the 5th murder he does. Technically the 6th, but the 5th kid he murders, whose name is Cassidy. And he murders the shit out of her so hard that like everybody's like, oh, murder happened here for sure. And so then that son of a bitch gets in trouble because the police come through. But they're like, oh, we saw somebody in a mask kill people, but like we can't confirm it because they didn't have DNA, and they didn't know that DNA was a double helix formation back then. It was too long ago. So instead,
science wasn't good enough.
The only thing that is done is Henry Emily's like, I have to kick you out of the business, and I have to shut this place down because too much murder happened. And William at this point, he starts getting more into robotics. He even makes some robotics to like follow and terrorize around his eldest son to make sure he's not getting up to no hijinks. Decides, you know what, man? I'm not going to let him operate this business without me. I'm going to go undercover, like undercover boss, as a security guard at his business, and then do more murders. And so he goes and he just does the murders. He does the murders raw. And by the way, while he's doing these murders, he's stuffing all the kids in all these suits and all the animal suits to hide them, because nobody would check the suits, even though they're soaked with blood and they smell horrible. Nobody checks them because they don't want to clean it. It's so much work. No. And so he does 5 more murders. And then and then fucking leaves again, and then they shut down the place, and you would think it would be over then, but it's not, because William Afton saw something suspicious with the other animatronics that he put the kids into earlier, and he thought that something weird's going on. So under his house, unbeknownst to his really oblivious and possibly dumb children, he makes a giant fucking circus that is supposed to have a bunch of animatronics, and the day before it's supposed to open, his daughter, who usually listens to him all the time, doesn't listen to him, gets too close to one, and the fucking same bang snaps her damn neck, and she is stuck inside of it. And you'd think he'd be sad, but the eye color changes from blue to green, which maybe entails that the soul of his daughter is now trapped within inside the animatronics, which could perhaps mean the soul of other people can be saved or valued through animatronics, and he gets excited by this.
Yeah.
And
so
you
gotta listen to your parents, man. You
gotta listen to your parents.
Always.
And so then he goes to one of the abandoned places, and then he starts melting all the metal down from all the animatronics, and he realizes there's this thing called remnants, the remnants of the souls of the people he murdered, and he doesn't exactly know how it works, but he knows the souls are retained, and he wants to use the souls to rebuild his boy and rebuild his girl and rebuild his family.
Yeah.
But instead what happens is a bunch of ghosts see him there, and they're mad at him for fucking killing them and shit. And so to try to get out of this situation, because he doesn't know how scary ghosts are, he gets into his famous bunny costume. But he fucks up, and somehow a third time, it's almost unbelievable, Matt. It's almost unbelievable. Somebody's head snaps from a spring trap, and he dies. But does he actually die? No, because his soul is still alive. And a security guard sees it, and they call Henry Emily, and Henry Emily sees William Afton's body, and he goes, "Nothing to see here, folks," and he leaves. And for 30 years, nothing happens. And now we switch, because at its core, FNAF is the story of the Afton family, to Michael Afton, the son of William, who has this traumatized youth and notices his father's disappearance and says, well, shit, my dad said if he ever left to check out his fucking his secret base in our house. And then he finds out, oh shit, there's a big secret base in our house, and my dad's actually kind of like a psychopath, and I need to correct the wrongs of my father. And so he tries to save some of the animatronics that he think might be his sister, and they kind of trick him into getting scooped, and I don't know what that means, but the boy gets fucking scooped and he becomes purple, and that's weird, but most people just think it's a costume for some reason. And now this purple man gets a bunch of jobs as a security guard at every establishment that is shut down, that's getting vandalized, and tries to burn them down one by one by one. And he does so, but it didn't really work. Every time he burns them down, it doesn't really work, even though it's supposed to somehow get rid of the remnant, until Henry Emily, he's back. Uh-oh, bitches. And he's like 100 at this point or some shit. I don't even know. He makes a new establishment. And it's to lure the souls of all of these animatronics. And then the new security guard happens to be Michael Afton, and he burns it down. And this beautiful speech from Henry Emily should have been the end of everybody. But the soul of Charles Emily, the son of Henry Emily, who was trapped inside the security doll, keeps William Afton alive as an act of retribution and punishment. But it's actually a failure because it keeps him alive, and he's able to do more nefarious things. And then I think his wife gets involved, but I stopped actually understanding because I got annoyed.
Wow. You know the Shia LaBeouf slow clap?
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing for you right now.
Really?
I'm sitting here in an empty auditorium listening to that, and with tears in my eyes, just slow clapping, and that was beautiful. Ludwig, that was beautiful.
Dude, I tried so hard. I absorbed so much, and I'm so confused, but I also think I kind of understand some stuff.
Right? Are the pieces clicking together? Are you seeing the light now?
I'm seeing the light up until you know what I really just fucking threw in one ear out the other is the wife. All of a sudden, that made no sense.
No, nor should it. That was me just shooting off the hip.
Okay.
That is completely my canon, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, because
All right.
I was trying to come. So okay, so you did a fantastic job of nailing my theories. Congratulations, you done it. And I think because of that, you've probably nailed a good solid 80 to 85% of the lore. And anything that you missed is stuff that I missed. So for instance, right, like you call out the 1930s. In the most recent game, Help Wanted 2, which is a VR game, there's indication that that was probably a little bit earlier in like 1970s era. But that you wouldn't have known that because I didn't do a video about that. So, that is my failing to you. So I apologize for making you look like a fool because that is ultimately my mistake.
That makes
you're only
way
as good
more
as your
sense
teachers.
because everybody was like 100 years old, and I'm like, how is he even alive?
It's a great question,
Why are they
honestly.
British?
They're feisty 70-year-olds, 70, 80-year-olds.
Matt, why are they all British? Why are they British?
It's a great question. It's a great question. I don't know.
The kids are raised in like Utah, and they sound British. They're kids.
I know, right? I think Scott, the creator of the franchise, just found a voice actor on Fiverr that he liked and was like, "Hey, you sound classy and cool and a little bit menacing. Join the franchise." But yeah, no, there's no reason they should sound British.
Okay.
It's very strange.
All right, that's good to know. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, but that's one. The other big one that kind of came out in the more recent game, because this one just came out at the end of last year, so I didn't get to work it into the final timeline, is the sister location stuff, that underground circus thing that the big circus complex under there. It seems like that probably happened much earlier in the timeline than a lot of people suspected, maybe even concurrent with the first franchises. But other than that, man, like, you nailed it. Well done. Like, do you want to take over game theory now so that way I can retire in peace and you can now read the books?
Yeah, let me usurp the people who've been working there for years, please. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can find an opening for you. I think FNAF researcher #1, I think, is a great job title for you.
I will. You know what I'll do great is I will be great at pissing off the FNAF fan base, which is, something you've been inadvertently doing it. I would be directly doing it. Okay.
Great. If you're used to it, if you're comfortable with that position, then please, you've already got half the job there. You're great.
So what would you grade my overall regurgitation?
Your regurgitation was at like A status. There were a couple little details here and there that I'm like, not quite, but like A status as far, not quite A plus, A, but as far as overall understanding of the lore, your sins are my sins, and so I'd place myself at like a solid B plus across the board.
When do you move on?
When do I move on personally, or when does humanity move on past the FNAF franchise?
I guess you're right in the sense that as long as humanity cares, it will always continue. But the lore,
it always comes back, like William Afton.
He does always come back. It's just always evolving, and I feel like you're right that we've hit this peak period, but you just have to keep going back to the well, eh?
Yeah, he do always be coming back.
He always comes back.
Yeah, no, it is interesting though, right? Like, I think, did you ever grow up reading Goosebumps books?
Yes.
I think that FNAF really is this generation's Goosebumps, where it's a wide enough franchise where, yes, there's this one main story about, haunted animatronics and pizzerias and murders, but I think if you read the books and if you kind of explore the broader reaches of where this franchise goes to, there's a lot of stories that are told within that world, right? About living metal and we didn't even get into Phasgoo, which is a book-only thing, but, like, it's a goo that can replicate people.
Dude.
Like, it gets to some weird places, man.
Yes.
And all about, like, AR and VR and it infecting your brain and all that stuff. And so I feel like FNAF is the modern-day Goosebumps in a lot of ways. And just like Goosebumps were able to touch on a lot of different topics and genres and create all these different monsters, I think FNAF is that for us today.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
What's nuts is how many... You've been a huge part of FNAF. Isn't that weird?
It is weird. It is weird. And to think, like... And it's funny, because even though I was a huge part of FNAF, I didn't hop aboard it until... I didn't play the first 3 games. I didn't have a Let's Play channel at the time. I didn't play the first 3 games really until... I think the first VR game came out because they had, the first 3 games as a part of that. But I was just a lore guy, and so I was watching other people play it. I was studying it. I was looking for Easter eggs in like fan wikis and this and that. So I was a latecomer. The only reason I ended up starting covering it was Halloween, and I'm like, hey, I need a Halloween episode. So I went on Twitter and I'm like, guys, do you want me to do Slender Man, which was a little bit old but a good nostalgic classic, or this new game, Five Nights at Freddy's? And overwhelmingly, Five Nights at Freddy's won the poll. And I kid you not, when I first started working on that episode, I couldn't find anything to say. I had no idea what to say about this because I dug into it, and back at that time, we didn't really cover a whole lot of lore and mystery stuff. It was more like, what's the real life science of this world? What's the real life science of these games? And I looked at it, I'm like, well, I could talk about like animatronics killing people, I guess, or like, can you fit a body in a suit? Maybe, but that's not particularly interesting. And there were hints of a story there, like, there were the newspaper clippings that kind of revealed the lore to people and said like, oh, people were murdered here in June and whatever. But there wasn't anything to go off. Like that was it. There was nothing else there. And so I didn't feel like I could come up with satisfying answers on that route either, which is why I kind of kept digging until I found kind of what the first ever episode that we did of Five Nights at Freddy's was, which is the murders that happened at Chuck E. Cheese. And even though I didn't think that the game was inspired by those murders, I found enough parallels and similarities that I'm like, yes, this is a really interesting episode. It tells this like really tragic tale of a real life event that happened at Chuck E. Cheese, and it does map onto these games in a very interesting way. Let's start there. And that's what started things. It got people digging deeper. The second game came out shortly thereafter, and that one did lean really heavily into the lore, and that's how it all started. And it's a crazy ride ever since.
Oh yeah, I watched that video today actually because I thought it'd be funny or fun to watch like your first ever theory versus like your ultimate timeline. And that was interesting. It's just totally coincidence though, right?
Yeah, purely coincidence.
Because it is very coincidental. There's some stuff that like lines up. Some stuff's kind of random, but like some stuff like it's a Chuck E. Cheese. That's the one thing we have that this is probably based off. Yeah,
the map of the place, where certain events happened, and like you said, the Chuck E. Cheese connection is very, very strange. But yeah, like and it's funny too because looking back on that initial episode, I mean, the whole cold open of it is me making fun of Let's Players having these big reaction scares to it. Because at the time, I'm like, really? This is the game that everyone's freaking out about? Like, this is the one that people are so scared of? And
everyone loved Five Nights at Freddy's. I played it like 2 years ago on stream, and I was like, damn, this game blows. I don't know why you guys like it so much, because I feel like I'm just like clicking 2 buttons, and the jump scares are very cheap. But it's because, I didn't have an appreciation for the developing lore that was being, underwritten.
I think, the lore, the lore is definitely my favorite part of the franchise. I do think, though, that there is a really interesting gameplay mechanic to it of the whole, like, managing resources, and I call it, like, plate spinning, where you have to manage all these different plates and keep track of a lot of different things, which was a very different gameplay style at the time and was very unique. And there were moments where you could play almost everything right and you'd still get the jump scare. So retroactively going back and playing those games again, I'm like, oh yeah, I see that I was a little bit too harsh on it in the early days, and I'm like, oh, I see why there was that moment of tension of like, oh, did I, I just lost all my power, and I've got like 3 seconds left in the night, and can I make it? And oh, I did it. So, I kind of look back at that one, I'm like, oh, I was a bit harsh on it. I have a newfound appreciation for it nowadays.
Can I ask you 2 more questions?
Oh, you can ask me as many questions as you want.
Okay, first thing I thought of, if you were to recommend me one FNAF game to play, what would it be?
Ooh, okay. I love the VR games. I think VR1 and VR2 are great. VR2 just came out. It's a bigger game. It's a bit more complex of a game. And as a first, and it's got some great reveals in it. Like, there were moments, even as someone who's studied this franchise and has played so many games, there are moments in VR2 where I was legitimately surprised by where the twists that came and really appreciate like, no way, I can't believe they just did that. So I love that about VR2. I think for a first time, maybe VR1 is a little bit better because it's a simpler game. It's a bit more streamlined. But I'd say the VR games, 100%.
Okay. VR game. Okay. Question 2. Would you ever, if you're ever in LA and got some time, want to come on my podcast?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
I would love that. I thought you'd never ask. Yeah,
I
of
don't
course. I wish you had asked me. I wish we had this conversation earlier because I was just in LA last week. But I'll be out. I know.
No, you come out a lot, and I was shy. It's fine. It's
I
not
do.
your fault.
No, it's okay. Well, hey, now that we've bonded over FNAF lore, I feel like our friendship can truly blossom.
This is the next level, baby.
This is. I mean, once you've shared FNAF lore with someone, really, you might as well. You're like one step away from marrying that person.
That's
let's be
peak.
honest.
That's fifth base
Like
is what they call that.
Yeah, that is what the kids call it nowadays. There's hitting a home run and then it's getting to fifth base, and that's sharing FNAF lore.
Okay, well, yeah, let me know when you're in town. That'd be fun. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in town. Yeah, I'll let you know. It'll be actually coming up pretty soon.
Cool. I love that.
Cool. Well, congratulations
yes, thank you very much.
Passing FNAF 1. I would say FNAF 101 to 301. Congratulations.
I mean, look, I'm happy with that because people have been begging me to do this for like months, and I finally did it. And I was a little stressed how it'd go, but I feel equipped with knowledge, and I'll have to play now. I think the VR one, because that will probably shatter a lot of what I know, because that's when you get to the Gregory world, right?
Yeah. Once you no, actually VR1 is the reason I picked VR1 is because it has the first 3 games just packaged into it. So you get kind of like the best versions of the first 3 games kind of streamlined, which is nice. And then in addition to that, you get a lot of these extra claustrophobic mini games and puzzle games that put you in the world, but give you that real visceral sense of like scariness that comes with the franchise. To me, the VR games are the scariest of the FNAF games. So I think it really hits the right mark, and then there's a little bit of lore sprinkled in there, and so it's kind of the best of all worlds.
All right. I'm bad at scary game. I'll get spooked. I need. This is good for me. I need this. Okay.
Do you do a lot of VR?
Literally, VR. I had a little baby VR phase, just playing VR chats.
Sure.
But I don't do horror games or scary games.
Oh,
I almost never do them.
So I think FNAF VR1 is a good like stepping stone into that world. I have had some games that I've played in VR that have scarred me for months. So I think VR1 is like a good first horror game to safely enter into that world.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Like the gateway drug to
it's right
terrifying your mind. Great.
Right. It's the gateway drug. And hey, if you need help, I'll be there to hold your hand the entire time.
Please. Yeah. I will have the VR headset on. You will just hold my hand the whole time, and we'll walk me through.
Right. I'll be there for moral support.
I appreciate that. All right, Matt. Well, I appreciate you very much taking the time out of your evening. My chat is all saying that they appreciate you and like you very much. And
well, thank you guys.
And we'll talk soon. When you're in town, we'll do a podcast.
That sounds great. And hey, thank you for taking the time to watch the videos. Thanks for treating me as an expert of this stuff, and and for taking some time to learn about the FNAF world. I'm glad I was able to participate.
Hey, look, if 8 years of your life doesn't make you a damn expert, then what does, baby? All right, we got at some point. You just gotta admit you're a damn FNAF pro. So I appreciate you.
Sounds good. Well, I will see you soon in LA, sir.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
All right. Talk to you later. Have a good night.
Bye. Oh, I did so good, baby. I'm a bit of a FNAF head. I feel like in real time, my gray hairs have turned to brown because I'm so young and youthful now. Ask me about Skibbity Toilet. I know. Ask me about FNAF. We talking William Afton? He's never leaving. Feels good. Feels good, baby. Anyway, huge appreciation to MatPat for doing that. That was very kind, and that was fun. That was a fun stream. Halfway through it, I was like, I'm not gonna get this. But we got there, baby. We fucking got there. Officially not 65 plus, 65 minus. Next up, well, I don't know if we need to do Warhammer 40k lore just yet, right? Let's just be happy with what we've got today, okay? Let's not get too greedy now. How do I upgrade my membership? Depends what platform you're doing it on, but generally, you should do it on a desktop. If you're on an iPhone, it's a whole lot more complicated. And I would recommend not doing it on an iPhone. All right, chat. I am actually going to wrap up stream here. I'm starving. I have not eaten food today. And I usually skip eating dinner with Cutie, so I'm going to go eat dinner with Cutie. So I'm going to wrap up. Thank you very much, Blooper, for upgrading your membership. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who became a member today. There's a couple hundred of you. I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, for watching today. And I will see you guys all tomorrow at 1 p.m. for Pokey's first ever YouTube stream. Because she is going to be doing a YouTube versus Twitch thing. Which I think she got from me. Because she was like, initially just wanting to play games. And she's like, what would you do for your first stream? And I was like, bro, it was me. But anyway, I think the idea is very fun. It is YouTube streamers versus Twitch streamers in Valorant, League, and Codenames. So the return of my Fiddlesticks tomorrow. The return of my Fiddlesticks. Astronaut, thank you. Libby, thank you. Noah, thank you very much. Yeah, it is the return of my Fiddlesticks, baby. We literally have a group chat, and Saikuno's like, oh, I play jungle. And I was like, well, I only play Fiddlesticks, so find a new role. Sorry, buddy. I got one character, and he is a legend, and I will not switch off role. Thank you very much, Jurassic, for upgrading. I appreciate it. All right, chat. I'm out. VR stream when? I'll do it at some point, but I'm in no rush. I'll be real. Because I got to set it up, and it'll be a whole thing. How do I upgrade my sub on TV? I don't know. On TY? Usually there's an upgrade button down here. That's where it should be. Mega Schultz, thank you the 5, though I appreciate it. Jurassic, thank you again for the upgrade. All right, boys, appreciate y'all watching today. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. I hope y'all do something nice for yourself, for future you. Whatever it is. Do your laundry. Get a workout. Call somebody you love, whatever it is. Do something nice, future you would like. Appreciate y'all watching and hanging out with me. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. I'll be back tomorrow at 1. Thanks for all the memberships, guys. Peace. That is just a theory. It is just a theory. It is just a theory. Eastern European MatPat. It's a theory. Fuck, I gotta work on this character.